Boom. Hey, folks. How's everyone doing? I hope everyone's having a wonderful Thursday. Normally, I'd say Monday, but we could not stream on Monday because it was Thanksgiving. And I know the Americans think that I am terribly wrong about saying that it was Thanksgiving on the Monday, but it is Canadian Thanksgiving. So I was with my in-laws and they had turkey. I had ham. I had a little bit of turkey as well. But yeah, so that's where I was. And then Tuesday is date night. So could not miss that. And then Wednesday, we had a dinner for my father in law because it was his 70th birthday. So happy birthday to him. I don't have a good nickname for him. So yeah. But yeah, so that's kept me busy. Somebody saying any ham left over for sandwiches. Nope, I ate the ham. The ham is gone. However, Mrs. Runkle made turkey a la king, which is what I had for dinner. And turkey a la king is the best way to have turkey because you basically take bits of turkey and drown them in gravy. And that is the best turkey. Like when you have turkey, but you have literally buried it in gravy and peas, and then you have that on bread, and that is excellent. I enjoy the heck out of that. So, how is Mrs. Runkle? Well, if I was a better grifter, I would set that as a stream goal, but I'm not. So we're just gonna go ahead and say. So what happened with Mrs. Runkle? She had gone and like had some blood tests and stuff, and in the process of that, I don't know why, but she ended up with like a giant bruise, like a huge bruise. And so we went online, and there's this service that exists here in Alberta where it's kind of like a pre-screening. You can reach out to, they've got like a registered nurse on it. And so you can reach out there and be like, should I go to the emergency room or not? And Eric, no, and also stop. But anyway, you can reach out there and be like, should we go to the emergency room? And they said yes. So it was like, all right. So Mrs. Runkle was like, we need to go to the, I'm sitting there talking to Rob and she knocks. And I was like, she's not knocking for nothing, because if she was going to, like, she knows I'm streaming. So it's got to be something important. So I muted and then, muted and went off camera. And she's like, I need to go to the hospital. And I was like, all right, what's up? She's like, here's my arm. And I was like, okay. So we rolled out. And then we went to a hospital that's not the downtown hospital. It was a hospital that was like a little out of the way. And because of that, um, that because of that, we didn't really have any fun experiences. The like we didn't have the like crazy people, and like, because the last time I went to the emergency room, I went to one that was downtown, and so I got like people threatening to kill me. I had people who were in full on florid psychosis. I had like somebody, I think if I recall correctly, you get people who like take a dump on the floor. And yeah, Eric, because she wasn't getting a vaccine. So yeah, anyway, so the hospital was like, yes, you did the right thing coming in, but they wanted us to like keep an eye on it just to make sure that there was no issue of either like that it would start throwing clots, or that it would what is it that it would like start in on blood poisoning or the like. So, yeah, but we've sort of kept an eye on it. It's kind of gone away. So, Mrs. Runkle is going to be fine, and it should all be good. So that's kind of that update. For the people who haven't heard the latest Potter update, Potter is also out of the woods. Potter had a nasty foot infection. They thought it might be cancerous, but when they went and they did a biopsy for Potter, and they said, "Hey, it's not cancer. It is instead 3 different antibiotic-resistant bacteria." Yay! So they're like, "We're not going to give you any more antibiotics because that bacteria is super resistant." And it's like, "Oh, what do we do?" And they're like, "Okay, well, we scooped it out, which is what we were going to suggest. And after that, the only thing to do is just, keep treating him and hope it, hope it clears up." So we did that. We kept treating him. He was in the cone. We were, keeping all of that, whatever. And anyway, he seems to have healed up. So now Potter is running around like an idiot in the backyard, and all is well. So that's pretty much that. So yeah, I was going nuts all this week. And the reason why I was going nuts all this week is because I was, there were so many things that were coming out, and I was just like, I want to cover these. I want to cover these so bad, but I couldn't because of timing. And when I say I want to cover these so bad, what I mean is there were some really crazy, stupid things happening. And I don't really know which order to cover them in. And the first one in time was Donna Adelson, or at least the first one in terms of me noticing it, was Donna Adelson at her sentencing. Now, for the people who are sort of unfamiliar with the importance of this, Donna Adelson is planning to appeal at least one of her charges. Because on one charge, she is getting life, right? And it's just, that's it. She's getting life. That's what's happening. But they think they've got an appeal on that. And if they can get that overturned, well, then she'd still be sentenced on other charges. And so the notion is, from the defense perspective, is, okay, we're going to get her the minimum sentence possible on these other charges. We're going to challenge the appeal or the life sentence. And then if the life sentence gets tossed, maybe she's only got 3 years. Maybe she's going to be out in not too long. And then she can go and, bake cookies and arrange another hit. Well, that was not really how that goes. So, yeah, what ends up happening is she and several other people do a stupid and really piss off the judge in the process of doing a stupid. So, yeah, well, I guess we'll talk about that one because, yeah, but I don't know if we should cover that one first, because also what happened is Cellebrite has been getting teased. Cellebrite's been getting bullied on like Twitter and so forth, and I think on their YouTube channel as well. And basically, anytime they post something, people go, "Hey, we saw the Karen Reed trial. You guys are a bunch of idiots." And Cellebrite is apparently unhappy with this. So they decided they wanted to try to repair their reputation. They're like, we need to do a video to clear things up. And oh my God, it is one of the worst things I have ever seen. And quite frankly, if they had shown up and said, Runkle, we need to repair our reputation. We need to fix this. And they're like, we have this video. This video is going to help. I would have been like, oh my God, what are you doing? Do not do this. You are going to you're going to make things so much worse. And there is a way they could have made this video that wouldn't have been so freaking dumb. And that wouldn't have been so tone deaf and idiotic. And we'll talk about that as we watch it. But yeah, we're gonna have some thoughts about it. And have I picked my Halloween costume? Not yet. I might not be able to do Halloween because I might be in a forest October 31st. So yeah, the other one, and I guess we'll probably cover this one first. So somebody's asking, what kind of drink do I have? This drink is a sugar-free caffeine mixture thing. And I just get these little packet things that I mix with water. And so it's sugar-free, but it still has caffeine. And yeah. But yeah, the other thing we're going to cover, and I'll talk about it, is Delphi. And it's really short because it's just a little portion of a transcript that somebody asked me to review. And the reason why they asked me to review it is because it is specifically addressing a firearm issue. So we're going to cover that. And because it's short, we will look at it early. Here's a drink for the crazy and stupid. Also, did you see the plaintiff closing in the Cardi B case? 18 sustained objections from the defense. I have not seen that one, but yeah, we don't have time to add it to the list. All right, so let's have a look at Delphi first. And yeah, this one is this one's kind of messed up. It's just 2 pages, but I have some thoughts about it, and we're gonna talk about those thoughts. So yeah, all right, here we go. And boom, and boom. There we go. All right, so this is from page 42, and it starts off with, but she was at the meeting and she said that those marks were made by more than likely a Sig Sauer or possibly a Smith & Wesson, but she was leaning towards Sig. And she said that if we find the weapon, the gun that extracted that round, she would be able to, without a doubt, match that up. Without a doubt. That's what she said. Okay, so at this point, she's just engaging in some puffery. But let's talk about forensic, like firearm forensic matching for casings. What this is a form of tool mark analysis, and tool mark analysis is not like talking about Harvey Adelson. It is talking about what tools do when you apply to other things. So let's say I take this knife, which is what I've got handy, and you take this thing and you scrape it across a surface. Maybe not your hand, but you scrape it across some sort of surface, right? You take some butter or something off it, right? Or you stab it into a person or whatever, right? Assuming that it's a suitable medium, and like one of the best mediums is actually metal, is there are little microscopic imperfections in the, in the tool, and also just the general shape of it, right? And so those things will leave marks on whatever you're doing with it. And so, but the way those marks are analyzed is you take the thing that you want to look at, like in this case, a cartridge casing, and you put it into what's called a comparison microscope. And what a comparison microscope is it allows you to look at two different objects at the same time and have an image of each of them and sort of line them up. And so the idea being that you can kind of compare the two things. But ultimately, the comparison is a matter of you eyeball one thing and you eyeball the other. And then you just look at those two and you make a determination as to whether they are the same or whether they are different. And so fundamentally, the problem here, the weak point in this whole system, is that it comes down to a dude staring at this and going, those things are the same or those things are different. But also a big problem in this is that the dude who is doing this, or woman, the person who is doing this, is not unbiased, because initially what ends up happening is they are told, hey, this is a round from the suspect gun. And in fact, often they get that themselves, right? They're given the suspect gun and they themselves fire off a round and get a casing from that. And this is the casing that is the matching casing. And they know exactly that the police want these two things matched. And knowing that, they are far more likely, oh, hey, Court TV, good to see you. Knowing that, they are far more likely to say that those things are a match than they would otherwise, right? Because we've tested this phenomenon. We've tested, this behavior. Similarly, you can get people to make false visual identifications, including of things like eyewitness identifications. If you suggest to them, this person and this person are the same person. And it can actually be really egregious. One of the studies that's been done is where they, what they do is they get like 9 people in a room, and 7 people in the room are actually experimenters. They're actually Confederates. They're part of the experiment. But 2 people in the room are part of the experiment. And so what they do is they show them a picture of a dude, right? And it's, some guy. And then they take that picture down and they put up like a lineup thing of 12 guys, right? And they ask the room, which one is the one you just saw, right? Which one is the one that you just were looking at? Now, here's the fun thing. The Confederates, the 7 fakes in the room, all say it's number 3, when really it's number 6. And you know what happens? The 2 real people in the room are very likely to say, oh, well, if they think it's number 3, it's got to be number 3. And this effect can be so powerful that it can work in circumstances where the original picture is still on the wall and it's literally just match the picture of the dude to the guy standing there. And they can have it where it's like super large differences, like really big differences. And what I mean by that is it can go as far as like the picture they just saw was a black dude, and the guy they're being told is a match is a white dude, and they're nodding along going, that's the guy we saw, right? And it's like, it's obviously not the guy that you saw. So why are you saying this? Why is this something that you're coming up with? Well, because people are bad at this. So the problem here is when they are, and Volkus, that's unfortunate, can't super chat for some reason. I am sorry to hear that, because of course I'm a fan of super chats, or I'm opposed to them, whichever. So the problem here is that this is not done in a way that I would consider to have scientific rigor. If it was up to me, the way this would work is that there would always be like 2 labs. And the one lab would be the circumstance where you have people who are actually doing the analysis, right? That's where you've got the person with the comparison microscope and they are examining this, right? But the other lab, their job would be to prepare the test. And so they would take the suspect comparison gun and fire the rounds and get the spent casings. But also, they would prepare a little kit. And what they would do is take a bunch of other guns, random other guns, but like similar guns. Maybe they could even try to match to the same model of gun, like other Glock 19s or whatever. And they would fire rounds off of that in order to create a bunch of dummies. And so the actual person using the comparison microscope, what I think they should get is a set of 10 things to look at, 9 of which are the wrong answer and are known to be the wrong answer. One of them is the correct answer, or maybe the correct answer. And if the examiner isn't picking out the correct answer, if they're picking out anything else, then it's not a match, right? It's just not a match. And the examiner does not get to be in the same building. They don't get to be in the same time zone. They do not get to ever talk to the people who prepared that test, right? They just don't ever get to do that. And so this would create a system, and we are at a goal. I am going to open up a can of cider. I bought this cider, by the way, because I was making pork for my wife there for date night. But yeah, so, this would allow them to actually demonstrate that they're able to do matches when they say they can, right? Because the problem is that right now, if I am a firearm tool mark examiner, and if I know nothing, if I am not good at my job, if I don't know my job at all, I am indistinguishable from an expert. And the reason why I say that is that you just determine that they're a match, right? You say these 2 things match, and that is indistinguishable from a, indistinguishable entirely. So, yeah, that, I want to see this done better. But, all right, let's have a look at this here. So they say, that's what she said. Those were her words. Well, those are my words, but that's what they're pretty strong words. Yeah. You can see me taking notes right now. Yeah, she said that you would be able to match that up. Unequivocally, whatever word you want to use, 100%. She said that the marks were so good that she would be able to. And there were multiple that she would be able to. And that was early on. So anytime that we got a tip on somebody or anything like that, if we asked them if they had a weapon and what kind of weapon, and if anybody had a .40 caliber, we sent it down. And then for testing, I don't know how many, but I know there were multiple before Richard Allen's. Was this person Melissa Oberg? Yes. Okay, I didn't know if there was somebody else involved other than her. No, there was her supervisor was there too, and I know. And then through her training us on tool mark evidence, another thing that stands out in my mind is that she compared it to a paternity test. She said there's more error in a paternity test than there is in the test that she does to compare extraction marks. And that was pretty powerful to me. So let's talk about paternity tests. Assuming that a paternity test is done properly under like sterile lab conditions and so forth, and there have been instances of labs that fuck this up. There have been instances of labs where, like one lab, I was actually doing some research ahead of time. There was a lab where the guy wasn't actually doing DNA testing for paternity tests. He was just getting the kits and then like randomly deciding if they were like, he'd just get sent swabs and he'd just be like, yeah, that's a match or that's not a match. And like he was just doing it like, because it was basically because the equipment to actually do the paternity test was expensive. And so he was saving money by just like making it up. So, yeah, that guy got into a lot of trouble. But a paternity test done properly is like 99.99% accurate. Tool mark analysis is never that good. The best of it, tool mark analysis, is reasonably good, but not that good. And the other thing is that she was stepping outside of the bounds of what tool mark analysts should do. I have spoken to some tool mark analysts, and the tool mark analysts would come in, when I was talking to them, and I sort of mentioned one of the issues of this case, which is that they were comparing a fired casing to a casing that was merely cycled through the gun, because when they tested a fired casing against a fired casing, it didn't match. But when they tested the fired casing against a cycled case, they said that matched. And they were like, wait, they did what? That's not appropriate, right? The actual experts I talked to who do this were like, that is not appropriate. And, I have a concern that this field of study, this tool mark analysis stuff, is potentially on a path to be viewed the same way we view, for instance, digestion analysis. And digestion analysis or bite mark analysis, like we don't allow bite mark analysis in court. And bite mark analysis is really true crime. I've heard a lot about it, but I haven't been able, like there's no video or anything. So like bite mark analysis is, let's say you've got a body, right? And the killer bit the body, and they bit the body hard enough to leave a bite mark, right? Or they bit something else, like maybe they took a bite of a sandwich and left it behind. And so bite mark analysis was basically trying to match up the teeth of the person to the actual teeth, like to the tooth marks. And what they found is that this actually did not, they got a bunch of people who were convicted off of this, but, it wasn't actually good science. All right, I got to set up another goal. So, and the thing is that fundamentally tool mark analysis and bite mark analysis share that they just involve eyeballing the pattern left behind by a thing and the actual thing that left it. Now, yeah, Bite mark analysis is useful for certain things. Bite mark analysis can be very helpful if you've got somebody who's got really distinctive teeth. And by really distinctive teeth, I mean like they're missing like 2 or 3 teeth. They've got a tooth that's like twisted outwards or something like that. It can also potentially be useful to exclude things, right? It is, it can be a lot of these things are better for exclusion than inclusion, where you can say this was not the gun that was used, or this was not the set of teeth that were used, or whatever else. But it's not so good for inclusion, right? So, and by inclusion, I mean this gun matches this other gun, right? All right. So, yeah. They say, you have a lot of working knowledge of paternity tests. I do not know. I just know, okay, that a lot of times people that I deal with, have to have those paternity tests. And they say they're like 99.9%. It's like 99.99%. The father, that's pretty accurate. So in my mind, paternity tests are pretty accurate. So what I'm saying is, if she's comparing that, her test, then I think, and yeah. What I want to do is I want to go and get what I want to do is get like a test kit and then send it off to different firearm tool mark analysts and basically see, can they do what they claim to do, right? Are you guys able to do it? And put a prize on it, right? Put a prize money, or put a cash prize on it. Now the thing is I need to find a gun manufacturer that will actually work with me, because one of the problems, they've done tests where they say, oh, we can tell the difference between 2 guns that came off, the same line and had sequential serial numbers. But the thing is this is actually a bit of bullshit. And what I mean by a bit of bullshit is that guns aren't, when 2 guns come off the off the line and they have sequential serial numbers, that doesn't mean that they have sequential parts. It means that they have sequential frames. However, the frames are one of the parts that puts the least impact on the cartridge or on the casing, right? They have the least connection to the casing. And so the issue is that you can have 2 guns with 2 different sequential serial numbers, but the barrels might be made weeks apart on different machines. And the extractors might be made weeks or months apart on different machines. They don't. So what I want to do is I want to get a set of like 100 Glocks or 100 whatever. And I want to have them made with like sequential frames. All right, we take 100 frames off the line. Sequential barrels. We take 1 machine. We take 1 through 100 barrels off the machine. Sequential extractors, and do this from every part. And then what happens is each of these firearm tool mark analysts gets a set of cartridges or a set of fired casings and whatever else, and they get multiple, like let's say there's 100 rounds or 100 cases in the set, and so what they get is like 10 sets of 10. In each of those sets there may or may not be a match. And the standard is 100% accurate. That means both finding the matches, which might be 1 or more. There might be 3 matches. There might be 2 matches. There might be 1 match. There might be no matches. And they have to do this without any information. They just get this mailed to them as a kit. And they just They have to do the analysis themselves. They don't know. They cannot ask us any questions. They cannot even raise something to us just to see our facial expression. And that's how we test it, to make sure that they actually know their shit. And it could be they do. It could be you're going to see some of them where they know their shit and they can do it. But I suspect that there will be more of them who end up with laughably bad results in a double-blinded experiment where it's not find the best match, but it's you have to be certain that it's the correct match. So, yeah. All right. Let's go and have and I see somebody saying government would never pay for this. I'm actually thinking this is something we fundraise from defense lawyers. That's how I'm thinking this gets phrased. But I also want to reach out to some of the gun companies. So I raised some of this with some gun companies. It was hard to find some. It's hard because you need companies where you can talk to somebody who's got some authority. And I was trying to do this at SHOT Show. And the only place I found that was where I could talk to somebody with enough authority to actually do it was High Point. And the High Point guys were like, oh, yeah, that sounds like an idea. The problem is High Point are not a good choice for this project. And the reason why High Point is not a good choice for this project is because High Point intentionally makes their guns really easy to match. So, yeah. And I see people saying, you can't change topics without a swoop. You're not wrong. So let's have some Potter eyebrows. Love that pop in his eyebrows. So I know their guns are not like top of the line. That said, they don't have to be. We're not trying to hit targets. We're not trying to anything there. All right, let's read the super chats and then we'll go on here. Ian BPK says, boom. Mildred Katie says, what's in a traditional Canadian Thanksgiving? Canadian Thanksgiving is very much like U.S. Thanksgiving in terms of the dishes that you eat and so forth. But they are, it's just a different time of the month. Did you ever hang your puppy paintings? They are up on the wall, I believe. I got to go check that now. But yeah. All right. Phoenix Waller. Glad Mrs. Runkle and Potter are both doing better. Me too. Equality. Happy 70th birthday to Runkle's father-in-law. I'll pass it along. Equality says, I passed my tax exam. Yes. Thank you and your community for support. Such a wonderful community you've built. Thank you, Equality. I'm so glad you nailed that. That is awesome. So, yeah. Joanny MH says, stressful week. Have a drink. It's been a week. And I can't tell you some of the things that have stressed me out this week because they're like stuff that is secretive because it's law. So I've had stuff that's like, this is stressful and I can't talk about it. Trakushan, hard to choose between this and Blue Jays Mariners. I know which one I'd suggest. Philalin, enjoy the drink. Prost. So, yes. Cellebrite, here's a drink for the crazy and stupid. Also, did you see the plaintiff closing in the Cardi B case? 18 sustained objections from the defense. I haven't watched that one. And yeah, I don't know if I'll have time to catch up on it. Joy W, I'm here for all your reactions. By that, I mean mostly on replay, but still, thank you, Joy. And go ahead, pretend to hydrate. This is me pretending to hydrate. It's only, what is it, 3%? Nope, 4.5. Okay. Southern Mom says, for a tech company, I'm shocked at the cringe of the Cellebrite video and that it was posted. Could it ever be used across Wiffin in a trial? 100% it could. We'll talk about that. Vez, a month without a live stream. I need my fix. I need to reach out and talk to you about You sent me an email, so I got to respond to it. Nancy says, "Go for it." Thank you. Crystal Dagger, today's my oldest birthday. Happy birthday. I hope all with a birthday today had a great day. Likewise. Jamie F, happy Friday Eve. And that's happy birthday to the oldest, I think, as opposed to, but happy Friday Eve. I don't yet know if Rob's going to be streaming. I hope so, but yeah. And yeah. Ash conformity experiment. Yes, everyone was in on it, but one dude. They'd ask which line was the longest, and the group would say that the shorter line was longest. Subject went along with the group very often. Yep. True crime addicted. If this seems crazy, you really need to hear more about this case. This case is absolutely insane. Miss Jessica says, I need to tell you about the forensic CXC/Acme lab my US unit used in Afghanistan. I drop off post-blast explosives and rice cookers, phones, etc. with chains of custody. That sounds crazy. Megan Tomlinson, we've had judges in Cook County rule ballistics inadmissible at a Fry hearing twice. It's happening more. Laura Luliz, no Supreme Court news. Unfortunately, there is some Supreme Court news. I did not get leave at the Supreme Court. And so because I did not get leave, they don't give any reasons. When they don't give leave, there's no reasons given. It's just you don't get leave. That's it. And what do you call it? And Jamie, thank you as well for the PayPal. Thank you so much. What is it? When you don't get leave, they just say, the following applications, were heard for leave, and there's just leave denied. That's all you get. They did, and this is because it's kind of a civil issue. They don't normally assign costs on criminal matters, but they do typically on civil issues. So they also awarded costs to the other side. That's routine. That's nothing unusual. That's nothing special. I had somebody who was giving me crap on Twitter who was like, oh, and they even awarded costs against you. It's like that is the rule in Canada, is that costs follow the winner. So, and the costs are going to be, they're going to be covered by the, what do you call it? I did some fundraising, so the costs are already covered. It is disappointing. I was hoping that they could hear it, but they chose not to. So that is the end of that one. There is no way to further appeal that. Mispronounced name. People on the internet aren't real. You could tell us. I cannot tell you. The Duke Villafar. Have there been any updates to the CCFR versus the Canadian government lawsuit? I think it's still stuck in the same place mine was. Sir, any chance of funny story of what not to do in court? I'm sure you rolled your eyes once or twice before. Oh, so many times. Donna Adelson is going to be one of those cases of things not to do in court. I had a guy, this was my client. He decided that it was a good idea to call the judge a C word in court. And straight up called the judge a C word. So here's the deal for that. Here's what happened there. This guy was being sentenced on something where the Crown was asking for what we call here a short, sharp jail sentence. And that usually means like 30 days, right? You get a 30-day sentence or whatever else. I was asking for a conditional discharge, and a conditional discharge means that you get probation for a bit of time. And then if you successfully complete your probation, it drops off your record. And then it's basically like it's almost like it never happened. Right. So it's a really good outcome. Right. And in between those two, you get like probation, where you'd have to do the probation. And yeah. So yeah. Anyway, All right. So we're there, and we're now the judge we had. I warned this guy. I warned the guy because the judge we had liked to yell at people. And so what she would often do is she would chew the accused out, like rip into the accused, and then give him a decent sentence, right? So the Crown's made their pitch for short, sharp jail. And I am making my pitch for conditional discharge, and I'm pretty sure he's going to get the conditional discharge, right? I'm pretty sure, based on the seriousness of the thing, based on the judge where she was seeming to land. But she starts chewing this guy out, and he does not take it well. Because normally, she'd yell at the guy, and then she kind of figured that was more effective than sending him to jail. So then she asks if he has anything he wants to say. And he says, "Yes, I do, Judge." And I'm like, "No, my client doesn't have anything he wants to say. Your Honor, he doesn't have anything he wants to say." And he says, "Yes, I do." And the judge goes, "Well, Mr. Runkle, it seems your client does have something he wants to say. And here's the problem. I can suggest to my client that he not do the thing, but I can't force him. Right? I can't actually prevent him from saying what he wants to say. He's got a right to do it." And so what does he do? He goes up and he says, "Well, you're a bit of a, aren't you?" That's what he wanted to say to the judge. And my jaw drops. I immediately put my arm on my client. I'm just like, "Shut up." And so he stops talking. And I'm just like, Your Honor, he's got impulse control issues. He's not. And the judge gets up and leaves the courtroom. And she comes back after about 5 minutes. And she's super polite. And she's super nice. And she's super calm. And I'm like, "Oh, man, you are so fucked." Because she's now reading off a typed statement, and she's doing so very... Anyway, the Crown got what they wanted. They got the short, sharp jail sentence. And my client calls me, and he's like, "You said I probably wasn't going to jail." And I'm like, "And you weren't going to jail till you decided to call the judge the C word. And then you were going to jail." You didn't tell me you were going to call the judge the C word, or I totally would have had a different assessment of your likelihood of going to jail. And yeah. The other thing I bring with me whenever I'm dealing with, whenever as part of my court kit, is I have a couple of blank shirts, large size, big blank shirts. And what they exist for is, is basically because clients sometimes show up in clothing that is stupid. And so I had a guy who we were pleading out for a low-level assault peace officer, and we were pleading it down from assault peace officer to simple assault, which means that it's better on his record. And he came in, he shows up at the courthouse with a shirt that says, "Fuck the police." And I'm like, did you want to rethink that? Did you have maybe a different thought? So anyway, we go to my car and I'm like, "Here's what you're wearing." And he's like, "That's a boring shirt." And I'm like, "Yes, That is exactly what we want. I have had people show up wearing. You remember when Sons of Anarchy was on TV and was like a big, was a big thing. I had clients who showed up wearing the Sons of Anarchy shirt, and here's the problem: the judge is like 800 years old, and the judge does not watch TV, and if they do watch TV, they're not watching like gang dramas. And so when they show up, they and they're in the Sons of Anarchy stuff, the judge doesn't necessarily know it's for a TV show. And so what the judge thinks is that you've just walked in wearing what looks like biker gear, like what looks like biker, paraphernalia. And the judge thinks you've just had the audacity to walk into his courtroom wearing gang colors, and you're going to get hammered, just destroyed. I've told this story before, but it's a fun one. So I'm going into court, and I'm there as duty counsel, right? So I'm just I'm helping out whoever shows up, and whoever shows up includes the people who are in custody. So I go, and I'm going into the back to talk to the in custody people, and there's a guy there, and he's wearing a Red Alert jacket. Now, if you don't know who Red Alert is, Red Alert are an Indigenous street gang in Canada. So this guy has just shown up to court in a jacket that is marked with gang colors. And the thing is that this guy is super pale, like super, super pale. And so I'm sitting there and I'm like, sir, are you Indigenous? And he's like, nope. I'm like, then why are you wearing an Indigenous street gang? Like, where'd you get that jacket? And no, Red Alert has 2 Ds. It was very much the Red Alert, the gang. And he says, oh, I got this at the Value Village. Isn't it a great coat? And I went, oh God, you need to get rid of that. I am going to ask the sheriff to come in, and I'm going to ask the sheriff to throw this out. And he's like, why? I love this coat. And I'm like, because if you walk into the courtroom wearing that coat, which is gang colors, the judge is going to deny your bail on the basis of you just walked into the court wearing gang colors. And you will go to jail. Like, you will absolutely go to the rehab. Or to the remand, rather. Not rehab. Rehab would be better. You will absolutely go to the remand. And you will be walked in at the remand in your gang colors. And someone will see. Somebody will see that you are wearing those gang colors. And it will get around to the actual Red Alert members. And when the actual Red Alert members find out that a white guy came in wearing their colors, they are going to stab you. Like, not hurt you. They are going to murder you. So your life very much depends on throwing that jacket out right now. And he's like, oh. And I'm like, yeah. So I go to the sheriff and I'm like, he wants to throw out his jacket. And they're like, oh, that's a little strange. And then afterwards, the sheriff goes in to collect the jacket and throw it in the garbage. And he's like, oh my God, was he actually wearing like what I thought he was wearing? And I was like, uh-huh. The sheriff's like, holy crap. And I'm like, uh-huh. So I kind of feel like the villain in this story is the Value Village. Dear Value Village employees, if somebody donates a set of gang colors Please do not put them on the freaking rack. Because you will, like, yeah. What is it? I've seen some white natives before. That's why I ask. Just imagining the Red Alert member donating his jacket to charity must have been kicked out. I suspect what probably happened is something like he stayed at a hotel and then got arrested and his stuff got donated, or there's various other ways that, like, you know, stuff can get, so yeah. Anyway, there are some dumb things that have happened in court, but let's go and let's watch Donna Adelson, because Donna Adelson is a whole thing. So yeah. All right. Yeah, he could have died and it could have been donated. Now, a bunch of people speak on Donna Adelson's behalf, but there's really two that I'm going to focus on. And the two that I'm going to focus on are Harvey Adelson and Donna Adelson. Oh, there's some more super chats here. Vez from Quebec. Happy belated birthday to me. Happy 37 months here. Happy birthday. Juani says classic Arrested Development joke. The C word. Yes. Volkas, is a t-shirt with a wolf picture on it okay for court, or would a blank gold shirt be better? I tell people no pictures, no text. So yeah. Oleg Mamantov, awesome. Thank you. Thank you. I can only imagine stories you cannot tell us. Yes, any story that you could identify the person with, I can't tell you. The other, this guy was not my client, but I saw him at the courthouse. And he was wearing a shirt that depicted a woman, like a photograph of a woman. And the woman was laying on her back with her legs up and in the air. And she was wearing precisely no articles of clothing. It was a full-on pornographic shirt. And I was just like, oh, I am so upset that I have a trial right now. Because if I didn't have a trial that I had to go to, I would have followed that guy to see what courtroom he went into and to see, just to see him get annihilated. Because, yeah. And yes, I've noticed that the YouTube channel has the tags. I'm going to try to get that fixed. I don't know how to do that, but yeah. All right. And swoop. Yeah, I wanted to see what happened to that guy so badly, and I couldn't. Yes, this is exactly what I do. Do you keep backup colored shirts in your car for defendants? 100%. On a court day, I 100%, because sometimes you got to give them a shirt. And yeah. All right, so let's jump to Harvey. Now, Harvey Adelson is Donna Adelson's husband. So, yeah. And we are going to fail the goal, which, I mean, this is a particularly spicy hot sauce, and it comes with a hot sauce story. So if you hit the goal, which, oh man, we're so far away. I'll have to start the goal again. But yes, there's a story of the hot sauce. All right, here we go.
Does the state have any objection?
No, Your Honor.
There will be composite defense 1 for Sonson.
Thank you, Judge.
Dr. Adelson, please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
You can lower your hand. You may speak.
Thank you, Judge, and respected officers of the court for allowing me to speak.
Good start. Excellent start. This is the high water mark. This is the high water mark. And after this, it just starts to go downhill.
I have been Donna Adelson's husband for over 50 years.
I didn't, and
My wife sacrificed everything so that she could pour her heart and soul into our children, our grandchildren, and our marriage. This summer was our 54th wedding anniversary, and I had to spend it without her, hand in mind.
This is also a decent start, right? This is also a good start. And it's interesting to see when she shows emotion and when she doesn't, right? She's showing emotions now about, I have to go to jail and I have to and I've been in jail, but she's not showing emotions later during some critical points.
She has done nothing wrong, and yet is being punished for a crime that she did not commit.
Holy fuck. What the fuck? So let's talk about defense practice here a little bit. You've got the family members who say, I want to give a statement in support. And you go, okay, let's talk about what you should and should not say. And one of the things I would absolutely tell Harvey to not say, I would remind him, listen, she has been convicted. It will not help her in the slightest if you come in and deny the offenses. You can talk about how she's a great mother and a great grandmother and how she bakes the best cookies and how she, she doesn't yell at the cleaning staff too loudly and whatever else, right? But whatever you do, you don't come in, you say she's innocent. He made it like 2 sentences before he starts fucking up.
I thought we lived in a different kind of world, but I guess I was wrong. I have listened, watched, and...
Oh, good. Now he's going to blame the courts and be like, this is a massive injustice. Oh, fuck.
Sat in the courtroom for the entire trial, and I could not help but scream in my mind by the witnesses that were brought forward by the prosecution who told outright lies.
This is not your moment to do this. This is something you do in like a press release later or something. But holy shit, no, not now, not here. Oh God, no. If I was the lawyers here, I would be getting up and just saying, Your Honor, if I could just have a second, and the judge would be like, yep. Defense counsel, you can have a second. You can have a few seconds, because I would 100% be getting up to be like, thank you, but could you please sit the fuck down? Like, I really appreciate that you're here for her, but like, now, I mean, maybe I'm misreading this. Maybe Harvey is a master planner. Maybe he's like, you know what? I'm done with her and I don't want to see her ever again. I want to go meet somebody new, somebody less murdery. And so maybe his plan is to make sure Donna Adelson never gets out of a cell, in which case he's fucking amazing. Like, he is doing exactly what he needs to make that goal happen. But if his goal instead is to not see her die in a cell, then what he's doing is absolutely crazy, right? Like, so unless he's like got some master plan where he's secretly going to, he's secretly already met someone new and is like getting ready, this is bad.
I didn't know that you could lie in a courtroom, but apparently you can. Jenny's parents contend that they have never seen their grandchild. But for years they say they've never seen her. But Wendy has shared with me pictures and videos and letters from their visits. They have suffered immensely at the loss of their son.
I'm just also going to say this guy has no fucking credibility here. And this is not the issue. Like, nobody cares whether or not they've seen their grandparents, at least not for the purpose of this sentencing. The issue, like, dude, read the fucking room. And also, Whiskey Pig, Runkle for president. I love your show. I am not eligible to be president, given that I was not born in the U.S., but I love the sentiment. So thank you so much. That's very generous. So, all right.
But they also contend to tell lies to the court.
Oh, that's cool.
About our grandchildren.
Donna
has always been a loving and caring wife and is innocent of the charges. A biased judge and jury were influenced by years of one-sided news pieces and social media.
Doctor.
He's like, the biased judge and jury. And holy fuck. Like, this is not the time to go after the jury. This is not the time to any of this. And the judge is like, thank you, doctor. Shut the fuck up. Right?
Ms. Fulford, this has nothing to do with the character of the defendant.
You know how many times in my career I've seen a judge interrupt interrupt a character witness at a sentencing? I've seen judges like clearly tuned out. I've seen judges like just be like, okay, this is not useful. But in terms of like actually seeing a judge interrupt a witness I brought there to talk about my client's good character and why my client should be sentenced to less time, never have I seen this never has this happened to me, right? Not once has this ever happened to me. And like, this is insane. And this also reflects a serious failure from the defense counsel, because defense counsel ought to have checked this out and to make sure that this does not happen.
The sentencing.
May I just one moment, please?
Go ahead.
Yeah, what she should be saying is, get the fuck out of there. You are not helping. You are making it worse. Talk about how she's a great, like, it would be a better speech if he got up and said, Your Honor, I really hope she comes home again because she is the best sexual partner I've ever had. Like, that would be a better character speech than what he's doing. Right? And I'm not saying that would be a good character speech. It's like fucking crazy and monstrous would be better than what he's doing now. Right? Like, whew. She's reading this and she's like, is any of this good? Is any of this like acceptable? Yeah, she cooks a mean lasagna. Would have been better. Yes. Like, even if he just got up there and be like, Your Honor, I don't know how to clean the toilet. I don't know how to do my own laundry. I have been, I have been living in a closet and like, just anything. He could have gone up and rambled about like a time she won at the casino and it would have been a better, like, anything. But yeah, now the lawyer is trying to find something in his statement that he can still say. Also, how do I put this? I often have to have this talk with older individuals. Harvey has a nice suit for 20 years ago. And they have a fuck ton of money, right? These people, like the Adelsons, have, like, he can go swimming in their money, right? And I assume that like a bunch of it has gone away to pay these lawyers, but they still have a ton of money. And it would have been like, sir, buy a new suit, right? Buy a new suit and come looking better than this. Because I don't know, it's not a good. It doesn't look good, and yeah. The brown is just not fantastic.
Just 1 second, please.
Jesus. It's got to be like 30 minutes of calls. It shouldn't take this long for the lawyer to find a statement in here that can be used. And at this point, I would have been like, shit.
Just 1 second, please.
Now, I saw some people giving grief to the other lawyer over his suit, and I'm not going to give him grief over his suit because I like the blue suit. So, yeah, we're not going there. I like his suit. The brown I don't like. So, yeah. Yeah, I don't much like the shoulder pads.
Thank you for letting me continue. Donna did.
Thank you for letting me continue, because it was up for grabs. Fulford's suit looks fine.
In the heinous acts that she was convicted of doing. You are sending an innocent woman to prison.
Wait, this is what the lawyer redlined and agreed to let her say? Like, oof. I'm like, no.
You have taken my wife and you have taken my life as well. And for what? This is not justice. It is vengeance, and it is wrong.
Thank you.
Do you have an examination for Dr. Adelson?
No, Your Honor. No, Judge.
So what the judge asks is, prosecution, do you have any questions you want to ask Mr. Adelson? Do you want to grill him on any of the things he said? And the prosecution's like, nope, that was perfect. That was amazing. That was exactly what I wanted to see. We good here. Like, yeah.
You have the witness statements that you wish to give.
I don't believe so. Just 1 second.
I can only imagine it was something like a specific threat to kill the jury or something, right? Because like with what he was left with, it was still real bad.
We don't have any further witnesses, Judge, but Mrs. Adelson has decided she would like to make an unsworn statement to the court.
unsworn?
Yes, Judge.
And the judge is like, why unsworn? Why is she making an unsworn statement? Like, so yeah, here we go.
All of the witnesses will be sworn this afternoon if she wishes to speak.
Judge, case law indicates, confirms that the defendant has the right to make an unsworn statement prior to.
They're having to fight the judge over, we don't want to swear our client in. Like, that's fucked up, right? All right, we hit the goal, and so I am going to have a swig of hot sauce, and I am going to tell you a brief hot sauce story. So here we go. Ooh. Yeah, this is a fairly powerful sauce. So I actually quite like this one. Even though it's this is the kind of sauce I usually avoid. And what I mean by usually avoid is that it's titled Professor Payne Indias's Flamin' Flatulence. Normally, I do not buy sauces. Somebody sent me this one, and it's actually really good. Normally, I don't buy sauces that have like a colorectal theme, right? When they when the naming scheme is something about like colons or anuses or whatever else, I'm like, check please, I'm gonna buy the food that doesn't say like rectum on it. So so this is not a sauce I would have bought myself, but somebody sent it to me, and it's a pretty good one. So anyway, I had some of this on I made like burritos, and so I wanted to add a bit of hot sauce, and I thought this actually had a pretty good flavor to add to a burrito, so I added some of that. And Mrs. Runkle was like, hey, is that a good hot sauce for me? How hot is it? And I'm like, I don't think so. And so she put a little bit, like dipped her finger in there and tried it. And she was like, whoa. And I'm like, yep, not a Mrs. Runkle sauce. So Mrs. Runkle was like, yeah, you eat the weirdest shit. So yeah. Oh, ASG, I'm so sorry. I just saw this one. Keeping me company tonight while we wait for news on my father-in-law. He's in the ICU after a liquor withdrawal induced seizure, and we haven't heard much yet. I hope everything works out well there. I hope that, that he recovers, everything good. And I also hope he gets some help with the, the alcohol issues, because alcohol withdrawal can be dangerous, as you know better than I do at this point. And so I hope he gets some assistance and gets clear of that. So, and you can see in the chat people saying prayers, because yeah, I saw that one and I just had to pull it up right away. So, all right.
The court, Rule 3.720B states the court shall entertain submissions of evidence by the parties that are relevant to the sentence. A number of cases, Your Honor, that have interpreted this, especially in a capital case, as the defendant having a right to make an unsworn statement. This is a capital.
Please give the citation.
Yes, Your Honor. Excuse me.
You bet I will.
First is Smith versus State, 268 Southern 3rd, 831. It's from the first DCA in 2019.
I just also want to note they appear to have like hand lotion on the table there. And I'm just going to say that's kind of a baller move there. If that's like a hand lotion, it might be hand sanitizer, but if it's like lotion, that I'm like, okay, keep those hands, keep those hands soft. So yeah,
You want me to continue, Your Honor?
Give me one moment.
Yes, sir.
Bringing up my Westlaw. Give the citation again.
Sure. It's 268 Southern 3rd, 831.
So now the judge is having to look this up and be like, is this full of crap? So, yeah.
Which pinpoint site are you referring to in the case?
Pinpoint site is the paragraph, like where in this case, because sometimes you pull up a case and the case might be 80 or 800 paragraphs long. And so if it's 800 paragraphs long, the judge is like, I am not going to read all this now. Point me to what you're talking about. This I also want to say, I was actually impressed with the level of legal research and supported advocacy they did in this hearing. You don't normally get this much authority at the trial level. It's true. And they clearly were prepared for this moment, right? They clearly were prepared to have this judge push back against this. And I will say, good for them to have that ready to go.
It's not, let's see. So, Your Honor, I'm going to give you this one. It's Hill versus State, 246, Southern 3rd, 392. It's from the 4th District Court of Appeal.
One moment.
Yes, sir.
246 Southern 3rd, what's the last part?
392.
100% they knew it was coming. And I mean, they should have known it was coming. Sworn they can ding her for perjury if they find, and they can use it against her on, other issues. So unsworn, she's got a little bit more flexibility, but yeah.
Well, seeing in the case where it does state the defendant has a right to make an unsworn statement, we will proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And props to this judge. Props to the judge. Because I have seen a lot of judges who would double down on, on you can't do that. I've said you can't do that. And the judge is like, I see it in the case. You're right. Go ahead. He's like, I don't think it's a good idea, but okay. This judge is one of the best judges I have seen in any proceeding, like full stop. If I'm doing like a ranking of judges, he's probably number 2. And you might be saying, number 2, why is he number 2? Well, because we've got the number 1 as the Judge A from the Depp trial. Judge A was really good. So yeah.
you like Mrs. Adelson at the lectern or here?
She can remain at council table.
Thank you. I'm going to move the microphone. And then speak loudly because this was not amplified.
Okay. Is this loud enough, Judge?
I can hear you.
Thank you for letting me speak.
Great start. Great start. Okay.
My son-in-law, Dan Markell, was a fine and decent man. He was well-educated and passionate about his career.
You know what I'm just going to say? And I know this is going to be controversial. This is going to be a bit of a hot take. She starts off fucking amazing. Her elocution starts off really good. I really liked how she starts off saying, you know, the victim was amazing. Great start. Fantastic start. If she continued in this fashion, I think she could have really pushed the sentence down. Great start.
He was a good son-in-law, but more importantly, he was a caring and loving father. On July 18th, 2014, his car was followed, leaving his home. It should have been just like any other day, an ordinary day in the life of Ben and Lincoln's father, but it wasn't. He didn't know when he left his boys off at daycare that would be the last time he would see them and the last time they would see him. He didn't know when he went to the gym afterwards that would be the last time he would exercise. And he didn't know when he drove home that his life would end within minutes. Danny wasn't just being followed, he was being hunted.
This is actually, like, this is somebody who, if she didn't turn around and fuck it up, this is something that, like, as defense counsel, I would say, Your Honor, it is clear that she is showing remorse, that she is showing an understanding of the impact that this, you know, that this offense had. This is, you know, this is absolutely mitigating. That's where I'd be arguing if I was defense counsel. I could do a lot with this.
He was brutally murdered in broad daylight, sitting in his car, in his garage, by vicious killers. I cannot imagine the terror he felt when he saw a gun pointed at him through the window of his car. I cannot conceive of his heroic efforts to stay alive during the hours after the attack. Danny died in the early morning hours of July 19th. His death is a loss to his children, his parents, his sister, all of us in his family, his friends, his colleagues in the legal community, and to his students at FSU Law School. Danny's boys each have a photo of themselves with their Abba, their dad, beside their beds. They grew up kissing the framed photo and saying, "Good night, Abba, I love you." The pictures and memories are all they have because cruel, cold-hearted people took him from all of us who love him.
And this is the moment when I went, oh shit, she's about to go off the rails. Because I was watching this and I was like, this is pretty good right now. And then when she said cruel, cold-hearted people, I was like, oh shit. Oh shit. She's about to blow this up in ways that this is where she's going to start deflecting responsibility, right? This is where she's going to start pushing shit onto other people. And, ooh, this is the beginning of shit going bad. But this is the part where she's off the rails. After that, it's going to crash into crash into a dumpster. And yeah.
Loved him. My heart was broken when Danny died. My grandsons were going to grow up without the father who loved them. I wondered, how could we help these boys through this trauma? It was then that my husband and I knew that the best way to honor Danny's memory would be to share with these children an abundance of love, the love that Danny would have given them if he were alive. It is interesting how the state can't make up its mind about who is what they call the, quote, mastermind behind.
Oh, God, no. Oh, God, no. And the thing is, her defense counsel can go over this. And, yeah. I just saw this one, and I have to, never caught you live before. Paying the fee now so I can become a troll and get some much needed for damage resistance. Just keep it to a dull roar, Jordan the Lich. See, this is not the time to argue these issues. The time to argue these issues is the appellate court. This is the kind of argument that defense counsel can make, right? This is part of why you hire a lawyer. Because as the lawyer, I can stand up and say, Your Honor, it is clear that in this case, the prosecution has in each of these cases alleged a different mastermind. And it doesn't sound as much like an asshole as if I say it, or if the judge thinks I'm an asshole, he's not as likely to punish, the client. This should never be coming out of the client's mouth in one of these. Never, ever, ever. Never, never, never.
In this murder. In both of Catherine Magbanowa's trials, the state claimed she was the mastermind behind Danny's murder. In my son Charlie Adelson's trial, they claimed he was the mastermind. And now in my trial, they claimed that this grandma, was the mastermind behind the murder. I had no idea that other people planned to cut Danny's life short. And the people who did this are exactly where they deserve to be. But I had no knowledge that this horrible, evil act was going to take place.
You were convicted of having knowledge. This is the problem. She was convicted of having knowledge of this. And so now she's basically standing up and saying, jury was wrong. And so I see, Runkle, I've only been a prosecutor. I have never been a defense attorney. I've never seen this ever. Please explain this to me because I really don't understand this. This is a defense lawyer screwing up because the defense lawyer ought to have told her to not do this. But this is a client who is out of control. This is a client who does not understand that, that she is not able to manipulate this scene. What you get sometimes is clients, what you get is clients who, they are used to being manipulative. They are used to getting away with it. Fraud clients are some of the worst, right? Where you've got clients who are used to being able to weasel their way out of things. And so the issue is that they run into a court, like a criminal courtroom, and they run into front on people who've been dealing with fraudsters and weasels and so forth all the time, right? And so now they walk in and they try what is a pretty good performance for the real world, right? They try a performance that probably wins over their friends and, acquaintances and so forth. Doesn't work on a judge. Doesn't work on the prosecutors. Doesn't work on any of the people. And she doesn't realize that it doesn't work in a situation where people are coming at this from a high level of knowledge. So, yeah. It, like, high information defeats this, right? So, like, imagine somebody's trying to convince you to buy into, like, a Ponzi scheme, and you already can see all of their financials, right? You can see that, they have promised more money out than they have possibly taken in. You can see all of those things, right? And you'd never buy into that, right? She is trying to play these manipulation games to somebody who's seen everything and who is highly resistant to it. And it's just not going to function.
If I had become aware of this plan before Danny was murdered, I would have stopped it. With not one iota of actual evidence, the state convinced a Tallahassee jury that I solicited and conspired with other people to have Danny killed. Where is the evidence prior to the murder? The evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the state needed to prove their case. Where is the evidence before July 18th, 2014 at 10:50 in the morning?
Before you continue,
That
Mrs.
revealed-
Adelson,
I love this where the judge steps in.
2014.
Because she's going on a rant, right? She's going on a, she's going on like, and we have this.
State convinced a Tallahassee jury that I solicited and
She's got a big issue with the Tallahassee jury. And the reason why she's got a big issue is because she applied for a change of venue. And she is convinced that if she had this heard in a different venue, that she would have been acquitted. She is convinced that if this was in a different space. And the thing is, the way you put this, the way you phrase this, like, somebody asked this question, and I thought it was a great question. Ian, if you're innocent, what should you say? So I love her start, right? I love the beginning of how she did this, right? Of saying, like, how horrible this offense is and so forth. And what she could say is, something along the lines of, Your Honor, something along the lines of, them just phrasing it in my head, because this is a bit of a tricky phrasing, right? You could say something along the lines of, Your Honor, I agree this is a horrific crime and that it has a tremendous impact. You could, like, even if you say something like, I am in a position where I am appealing this verdict, but I do not dispute, I do not disagree with the horrific impact that this has had. Every day that goes by, I am upset by this. I am, this is tragic. This is, this kind of thing, right? And you could leave out the appeals part. You can just say, Your Honor, this, I too miss him. I too, whatever, right? This, the impact of this killing is, whatever else, right? These kinds of things are, you can tiptoe around the, I disagree with the conviction. And, and talk about the impact, talk about all of that. So, yeah.
conspired with other people to have Danny killed. Where is the evidence prior to the murder? The evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the state needed to prove their case. Where is the evidence before July 18th, 2014 at 10:50 in the morning?
Before you continue,
That
Mrs.
revealed-
Adelson,
This is the best interjection, right? This is the judge. I agree entirely with the judge, and I think it was appropriate for him to step in, and let's have a
At 10:50 in the morning.
before you continue,
That
Mrs.
revealed-
Adelson, as it relates to this statement, is the defense trying to re-argue the trial?
No, Judge.
is the defense trying to re-argue the trial? And the reason why is because you cannot re-argue the trial, right? You just can't, right? So you're supposed to accept the verdict, right? You're supposed to go like, and you can challenge it on appeal, but you can't challenge it in this statement, right? You challenge it somewhere else. You take this to a different place.
Just giving Adelson an opportunity to be heard.
Mrs. Adelson, you certainly can continue. However, the court can take into consideration the utter lack of remorse that you are displaying.
Hint fucking hint is what the judge is saying. Hint fucking hint. You are making this so much worse for yourself. And you need to, like, this is the judge saying, fucking danger, 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 right? So, yeah. This is the place where if you have, like, if you've got more than one brain cell in your head, and if they ever get together for beers, and yeah.
Please proceed if you desire to do so.
Where is the evidence before July 18th, 2014 at 10:50 a.m. that revealed that I had any involvement in this vile and horrific act? Where is the solicitation and conspiracy evidence? The state needed to show that there was evidence before the murder to convict me. The state couldn't show that because there wasn't any evidence. They were trying an innocent person. It makes you wonder if the jurors were sleeping when the state had Sergeant Corbett on the stand for hours. Their own star witness testified that my phone was never, I repeat, never at my son's house on the night of the murder. The state's theory that my husband and I dropped off money to my son was blown out of the water by their own witness. And yet, the state continued to push that story, that lie of the so-called money drop, to the jury through the remainder of the trial. And the jury bought into it, hook, line, and sinker. Reasonable doubt. Many months ago, my attorneys filed a motion for a change of venue. An expert witness testified that Tallahassee had been barraged with over 9 years of negative social media, printed news, television news, and podcast publicity about my family. He explained to the court, both with evidence and demonstratives, that for me to receive a fair trial, it needed to be held in any of the researched and designated areas in the state of Florida other than Tallahassee. All I wanted was a level playing field, but the court wanted the trial here in the hotbed of Tallahassee.
There is a strong, strong presumption that the trial will be held where, where the offense happened, right? A strong presumption. Why? Well, because A, it's convenient for everybody because, like, that's where most of your witnesses are going to be. B, because there is a sort of belief that part of the thing is that the community itself should be the ones making the decision. And like when you are going on a sentencing thing, the last thing to be doing is going, fuck you, judge, which is what she's doing. She's going, fuck you, judge. So, yeah.
I sat through 3 days of jury selection. 180 potential jurors were asked if they had developed an opinion in my case. Those that answered yes also added, I believe she is guilty. Not one person, not one, said, I think she may be innocent. That should have been a clue to the court to grant our motion for a change of venue, but the court denied the motion. One of my jurors admitted during jury selection that she had background information concerning what one of the state's witnesses would be testifying about. Why was she allowed to be on my jury?
What moment?
Another juror.
Mrs. Fulford,
Oh, I didn't hear you.
Mr. Zellman, again, this has nothing to do with elocution of any sort. This is
the appeal, right? That's the issue there.
a raising of grievances, which are properly given to the appellate court.
Yep.
What does any of this have to do with sentencing?
But just one moment, please.
Turn that phone off or step out.
Judges have opinions about phones ringing in their courtroom. And if the what is it? If you have a phone ring multiple times in court, you are likely to either lose the phone or to be removed from court. So, yeah.
When the phone is off.
If it's Harvey, he'll probably get a little bit more leeway because you don't want to throw at the husband at this point, right? Oh, this is the thing. It can be bullshit. Like, we've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. It can absolutely be like that kind of shit. That's why you turn the ringer off, right? That's, yeah.
Please.
Once again, the lawyers are like, we have to redact the statement down to cut out all the bullshit. So, yeah.
What happened to Danny is unforgivable. But I am an innocent woman convicted of this terrible crime without evidence. Danny was a brilliant legal scholar. He would have been appalled at the total lack of justice that went on during my trial.
Holy fuck. Did you just hear that? Did you just hear what she just did? Danny would have been on my side. Well, real sad for you that he's not here then, right? Because you killed him or because you had him killed. Like, oh man, that is one of the most offensive things that she could have trotted out. It is insane that she thought that was a good idea, because there is no way that was going to be anything other than super offensive to the court. It's super offensive to me. It should be offensive to you and to everyone else. Like, what the actual fuck?
He would have been embarrassed to have his name associated with any of it. There are two crimes here. The first was Danny being viciously murdered. The second one is taking my life, the life of an innocent woman. Convicting me should not be retribution for Danny's death.
Calling the court criminals at this point is also a decision. It's not a decision that, yeah. So, yeah.
That is not justice for Dan. I've always respected the law. I've never gotten a parking ticket, but I'm going to prison for a murder I did not commit. I do intend to file an appeal so that hopefully I have the opportunity to be given a fair trial outside of Tallahassee. 11 years ago, Danny was murdered and taken from all of us who loved him. For the past 9.5 years, the state has broadcast to the world, including Danny's parents and sister, that I hired hitmen to kill him. Never in a million years would I have wanted Danny to be harmed or killed, nor could I ever do something that would leave these two small boys to grow up without him. I love these boys more than life itself. This is a lifetime of loss for these children. They didn't deserve this. His family didn't deserve this.
This is better, but you can't save it now. Like, now this is trying to pull the plane up after it's already crashed into an ocean of shit.
Danny didn't deserve this. And so, as I appear before you today, Your Honor, I promise you with my whole heart, I swear to you on my life, I was not involved in any way with Danny's murder. I was not.
Defense have any further argument to make?
Yes, Judge.
They're like, defense, are you going to try to save this? And yeah, so they're going to try. Let's see that. The defense trying to save this is rough. Now we went too far back.
Am I, Your Honor?
Here we go.
In this case, there have been several co-defendants who have either been tried or entered pleas and received sentences. I want to, for this particular argument, relate exclusively to Luis Rivera. He testified in the trial, and through himself and other witnesses, Your Honor has heard what he did in this case. And what he did in this case compared to what the state has alleged and the jury found that Mrs. Adelson did, the culpability levels are very different. Mr. Rivera was allowed to enter a plea to second-degree murder. And although, as the PSI indicates, he received a sentence of 19 years in the Department of Corrections, that was run concurrent with a sentence he was already serving in a completely unrelated matter in a federal case where he got a 12-year sentence. So the number of years that he will actually serve for his participation in the homicide of Dan Markell is 7 years in the state of Florida Department of Corrections.
This is a tough argument to make, but I think it is a reasonable argument for her to make. The problem is that sometimes you got to try to go with some bullshit, and the thing she needed to do here was she needed badly to address the elephant in the room, which is that he was a cooperating witness. And I got to run this. Hey, Rob, thank you for 50 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. I'm not sure. Am I allowed to? Oh, yes. So I have permission now to say Rob is unfortunately not able to stream tomorrow. So yes, I just saw that in the sort of thing there. She needed to address this. She needed to get ahead of that, because this is not the judge you can bullshit on this one. Some judges, maybe you could get away with just avoiding the issue, right? Where you could just say, I'm going to tiptoe around it and I'm just not going to address it. This judge, nope. This judge is going to call you on it. And he does.
His conduct, as Your Honor can recall, is that he traveled to Tallahassee sometime in June and scoped out the home of Danny Markell. Engaged in some drug activity with Sigfredo Garcia, and then returned to South Florida. A few weeks later, he returned to Tallahassee and again scoped out Danny Markell's house. But he didn't just do that. Prior to arriving in Tallahassee, with himself knowing that he and Sigfredo Garcia were going to kill Danny Markell, he purchased and provided the very firearm that was used to kill Danny. He came to Tallahassee and they sat in wait outside his home. They followed him with Mr. Rivera being the driver, followed him while he took his two little boys to daycare.
So what she's doing right now is she's emphasizing the role of the other person to de-emphasize the role of Donna Adelson. It's a good, this is reasonable. I would have done this, but done it differently, right? So, yeah.
And he sat and watched as Mr. Markell, hand in hand, took those children inside the daycare. He then followed Mr. Markell all the way to the gym, sitting in wait. What was he waiting for? He knew what he was waiting for. Mr. Markell did not. He had no clue that these men were outside.
Yeah, this is the problem, is that she's the one who funded this. She's the one who made it possible. So everything horrific that happens comes back on her. And it makes it a very difficult place for her to be.
In a car, just waiting for him to go to a place where they could shoot and kill him. And they waited until he exercised. They watched him get back into his vehicle, and then, like hunters, traveled and followed all of this.
And would they have done that if your client wasn't involved? If your client wasn't here, would they have ever even known who he was? Nope. They wouldn't they wouldn't have ever gone to Tallahassee. They wouldn't have ever done any of this stuff. So, yeah. Julia, I might be able to later on do a leatherwork stream. So
time period straight to his home. And there was no hesitation. He knew exactly what they were going to do. Without any hesitation, they pulled right in behind Danny. Danny's car was still running, the garage door was up, and Sigfredo Garcia exits the car and shoots Danny Markel, having done nothing to these men, in the head twice. How Mr. Markel survived, I don't know. But then Luis Rivera is the getaway driver. They flee the scene, they flee Tallahassee, and then Mr. Rivera stops to allow Sigfredo Garcia to dispose of the murder weapon, which has never been found. And then he drives back to South Florida like nothing has happened, purchasing motorcycles and cars, but most importantly, getting paid for the work that he's just done. The payment came from Catherine Manvanois, and I'll address her in the next segment. The point here is, Judge, that over time, reading different things, you've heard a lot of arguments about what Mrs. Adelson's participation allegedly was. But when it comes down to it, and I didn't mention, but Luis Rivera did have an extensive criminal history at the time that he committed this offense. What actually came out at trial with respect to Mrs. Adelson, and I'm saying this, understanding, as you've learned, that Mrs. Adelson still maintains that she is innocent of this conduct. But what the state was able to show through their testimony and evidence was that the role that she played, according to them in the prosecution, was very minimal. The evidence showed that she was very upset when relocation was denied in 2013, not knowing that her daughter had agreed to it, not knowing that until she sat here in trial hearing her daughter's testimony. She wrote some very ugly emails. She said some very ugly things. But in not one of those emails did it ever say that she wished harm upon Danny Markel.
No, she doesn't specifically say she wants him to get hit by a truck. It doesn't specifically say that, but it's pretty clear that she fucking hates him throughout those, right? Like, there's a good argument for trying to push responsibility, but she's doing it very badly.
And this was in 2013. The evidence was presented by the state that was over a year later that Danny was killed after relocation had been denied. Although they argued that there was continued hostility on the part of Mrs. Adelson regarding the issue of relocation, with the hundreds of thousands of emails they had, they didn't present evidence that this ongoing dispute was being brought up in any way between the parties. The relocation between them, that issue had stopped. The testimony that was elicited was that Charlie Adelson, the son of Mrs. Adelson, was the one who was close with Mrs. Adelson, and that when she had a problem, the argument from the state was, when she had a problem, Charlie was the problem solver. And the testimony at court that was presented by the state supported that theory, that Charlie was the problem solver. They further elicited testimony that without any knowledge of what the phone calls were, Catherine Magbanawala testified that when she was with Charlie Adelson discussing scenarios, which she didn't describe what scenarios she was discussing, that on occasion there would be a phone call between Charlie and his mother. She didn't hear the mother speaking. In fact, he left the room when he talked to, allegedly, the mother, and he came back in. He never relayed to her any information about the phone call. But the state's theory and the evidence that they presented was because Donna Adelson had been so upset about the fact that relocation was denied, and she continued to be upset, according to the testimony, that Charlie Adelson took it upon himself to reach out to someone, which was his girlfriend, and have her get someone that she knew who could commit this murder, make contact with them. According to the testimony in the state, in this case, Charlie Adelson told Catherine Magbanawala, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, it's just those the names were reused, but Mrs. Magbanawala that she wanted him killed and he would pay for that to happen. Her testimony was she had no idea what the payment was going to be, but she did in fact reach out to the father of her children, Sigfredo Garcia, and he agreed to commit the homicide. Mr. Garcia then elicited Luis Rivera to participate with him in the homicide, and I'm not going to go through all the evidence in the case.
You are going through all the evidence in the case is the problem, and you're trying to reframe it. And this needed to be so much shorter. Like, this needed to be, you can't go through everything. You can't like do this step by step by step by step, right? So
I want to focus on what Mrs. Adelson allegedly did. Up until the point of the homicide, the only evidence that was presented about Mrs. Adelson's participation were those ugly emails. And there's a distinction, as we discussed during the trial and sometimes even at sidebar, of the evidence being up to the moment that Mr. Markel was killed. Up to that time, the only evidence introduced by the state in this trial for that time period were those ugly emails, and they were ugly. She called him very foul names. She said some ugly language. She clearly was not happy. And whatever conversations may have taken place while Catherine Magbanua was inside Charlie Adelson's home and Charlie was outside talking to another person. Mrs. Adelson maintains her innocence. But if you're looking at this particular cause of this disparity in treatment, the state is asking that Mrs. Adelson be sentenced to obviously life on count one, as she has to be, followed by...
I mean, it's appropriate to concede that, yes, she's going to get life on that count. They do lay out that the whole reason for this is is seeking to, if she appeals it. I don't think she's going to... I don't think she's gonna I don't think Donna Adelson ever sees the outside of a jail cell, because she's 75 at this point.
30 years in the department.
I mean, the best case scenario is that an appeal takes a couple of years, something like. She's not getting out, right? I don't think she's going to live to 80, right? So.
Department of Corrections on counts 2 and 3. This is far in excess of the sentence that was received by the man who himself testified to hunting down Danny Markel, providing the gun for him to be murdered with, leaving the scene of the crime, disposing of the murder weapon, and going on with his life in his gang as he always had. In that disparity, Judge, it just doesn't reconcile with the facts here of what they say Mrs. Adelson did. Although there was a theme that she was the mastermind, I would argue to the court that the evidence did not show she was the mastermind in any way. The masterminds that were shown in this trial were Charles Adelson and Catherine Magbanua.
She can argue to jail living is hard. That's why. It's jail living is rough. So it ages you faster. But what is it? She can argue that she wasn't the mastermind. I don't think the judge is going to buy it. I don't think the judge is going to accept it. But I mean, okay, fair enough. Argue that Charlie got mom. Charlie reached out to mom for the money.
Didn't show any activity prior to Mr. Markel being killed where Mrs. Adelson was involved in any way.
Take away what you're arguing as the theme for the moment. The chief difference between Luis Rivera and your client is he entered into a plea, correct?
That's right. He did enter into a plea, but that, according to the case law, that can be considered.
And the thing is I bet she could have gotten a much lower sentence if she had approached the prosecution and worked out a plea deal to point the finger at other people. I bet she could have gotten a much lower sentence, and she would have started serving it way back when. So, you know.
And he has also cooperated with the state, testifying in many trials.
He was a cooperating witness testifying in these trials.
Whereas she's not. If you're wondering, like, this is like going, why is like major sports player getting paid millions of dollars and I'm not? And it's like, well, can you hit a baseball? That's a home run like every second time. If not, then sit your ass down, right? So, yeah.
Mrs. Adelson not only has maintained her innocence, she was never offered anything from the state.
Please continue.
On the statutory basis that the defendant was an accomplice to the offense and a relatively minor participant in the criminal conduct, some of what I've just argued applies to this one as well, Your Honor. But what I wanted to point out here were the ones that we didn't discuss. So Sigfredo Garcia was found guilty at trial, first-degree murder and conspiracy. His sentence was life on the homicide and an additional 30 years consecutive for the conspiracy count. He is the one who rode in the car. He is the one who obtained Luis Garcia to go with him.
She is the one that made all that happen. So, yeah.
The one who sat in the seat knowing he was going to exit the car while they hunted down Danny Markel. And he's the one who got out and shot Danny Markel in cold blood. Left like nothing had ever happened along the way, made many stops, including getting out to hide the murder weapon, and then went on with his life. The killer.
There's a way to make this argument. She's not doing it well. Like, just no. Honestly, I suspect she would have had more luck with this if she just got up and said, Your Honor, she's going to be sentenced to life on count 1. We are asking that the court sentence her to a lower set of counts on the other counts, which will, of course, run concurrently because it is to life. But there is no need for any greater sentencing. She probably could have done better with just that. Like just a 2-minute speech of like, she's going away for life. The rest of it doesn't matter.
Is getting the same sentence that the lesser participant, the state is suggesting, get as well. Life in prison on count 1, followed by 30 years for the conspiracy and solicitation. Luis Rivera, I've already told you what his role was. Catherine Magbanawala got the information from Charlie Adelson according to the evidence, and at his request, obtained someone, Sigfredo Garcia, to do the killing. She is the one who coordinated between Charlie Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera, although she testified that she didn't know Luis Rivera was involved until after it was over. The evidence that the state submitted clearly contradicts that. She was communicating with Luis Rivera before, closely to the homicide, and then shortly thereafter. She's the one that spoke to him. She was sentenced on the first-degree murder to life in prison, and on the solicitation and conspiracy, she was sentenced to an additional 30 years. It was run consecutive. Again, the same sentence that they're asking for on Mrs. Adelson is the sentence that this woman who heard the request for a homicide, found the person to commit the homicide, stayed in communication with both of the individuals who are responsible for killing Danny Markel, followed up with them and provided payment to them, and then took payment back from them for her to keep for herself. She was also paid in this. She participated, knew it was happening. They had proof that she knew it was happening. That was submitted to the court. All of that evidence clearly distinguishable from the conduct that they presented in evidence about what Donna Adelson did. Charlie Adelson, according to the testimony in this trial and his own, Charlie Adelson wanted Danny Markel dead. So on his close or very first date with Catherine Magbanawala, he asks her out in public at Halloween, some Halloween function, hey, do you know anybody who could get somebody killed? According to her testimony, she followed through with that. With Charlie Adelson, never with Donna Adelson, never communicated with her in any way about this. She worked then, if that's what happened and that's what's been testified to, she worked with Charlie Adelson from October of 2013 until Danny Markell was brutally killed in July of 2014. That entire period, and there's evidence, she admitted to most of it, to her conduct, and there's evidence that was presented in this trial in Charlie that that's what happened. They made this plan, and that his stapled money was used to pay the killers in this case some $130,000 in cash. It was divided up amongst Sigfredo Garcia. Sorry, my mouth was getting dry. Excuse me.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. It was divided up between Sigfredo Garcia, Catherine Magbanawa, and Luis Rivera. She then stayed in contact with Charlie Adelson. She convinced Charlie Adelson to get paychecks written to her, and she received those paychecks each time from Charlie Adelson. So for what Catherine Magbanawa did and what Charlie Adelson did, the evidence in this case shows it went far beyond what the state's evidence showed that Donna did, up to and including the time that Danny was killed. So again, if you're going to rate the level of culpability in this case.
Ooh, she's way over arguing this point. You can just say, here, there are degrees of culpability. At the end of the day, she has been convicted of essentially being the money in this. She's been convicted of being the financier, of being the payroll on this. And we would suggest that that doesn't necessarily indicate that she had complete control, because it is still open that Charlie Adelson may have been the planner, and certainly that was the prosecution's argument in Charlie Adelson's trial. That was what they argued at Charlie Adelson's trial. You should accept their argument from that trial. And so in the capacity of financier, she has a lesser degree of involvement than the people who pulled the trigger, than the people who set this up, Charlie Adelson, and then you move on, right? You do a little, this is so over the top.
And consider Mrs. Adelson's conduct as compared to those. They're asking that she get the same sentence as both of the people who killed, one person that did the killing, Sigfredo, a far more extensive sentence than Luis Rivera, who participated in the killing himself and only got 7 years. The same as Catherine Magbanawa, that apparently worked on this, according to the evidence, for many, many months and stayed involved even after that. Charlie Adelson is the only one who got a higher sentence. His sentence was life on count 1, the homicide, followed by 30 years on count 2 and another 30
Spoiler alert.
years on count 3, so everything being run consecutively. The evidence that
that isn't my style. My style is get in, make your arguments, and get out.
the state has presented is that Charlie Adelson is the one who masterminded this. That's what they've shown. Even though they said Catherine Magbanawa wasn't her trial, if there's somebody who started this, according to the evidence.
Note that she just made the same argument that Donna Adelson did, and it sounds much less offensive than when she says it, even though she's not saying it well.
Evidence, it's Charlie Adelson, not Donna Adelson. All the work being done was Charlie Adelson. All the money that was paid was Charlie Adelson's money. Mrs. Adelson, according to the state's evidence, did not do any of that. Again, they had hundreds of thousands of dollars or hundreds of thousands of emails. Never one in all of those emails that we all had to go through Did Mrs. Adelson ever suggest any harm to Danny Markell in any way?
Yeah, and the suggestion is that she didn't do it over email, but it's a decent argument. It's just she's burying it in all of this shit.
I understand the verdict, and she has a right to take an appeal, and that's what she'll do. But the evidence in what was argued is very far different in theory than what was actually presented to this jury. And I'm requesting that Your Honor, in determining a sentence on counts 2 and 3, take into consideration that the amount of activity that everyone engaged in this case was far, far beyond what was alleged against Mrs. Adelson. They just didn't come up with the proof for that. They did prove to a jury that she was involved, but that proof and the actual evidence was very limited to the conduct that they say that she engaged in that resulted in Mr. Markell's death. I do want to remark, if I may, just briefly on the issue of remorse. Mrs. Adelson maintains her innocence, and as she has a lawful right to do, will seek an appeal. She may not get another trial. There may or may not be parts of the finding of the jury that is reversed, may not. They can do that on, the appellate court can do that on 1, 2, or 3 counts. There are lots of options that the appellate court has. The reason I say that is this. Mrs. Adelson, maintaining her innocence, could not have shown more remorse for the...
The thing is, this argument would be a good argument if Donna Adelson hadn't done all the stupid shit. If she had just gone in and said, this is a horrific crime, this is horrible, the impacts on the kids, the impacts on the family, this is a decent argument. But she didn't. She went on to say all that other stuff and blew this argument up. I would have just taken this argument out of my speech after what Donna did.
Killing of Danny Markell. And in her statement, although...
I am saying that I would certainly argue that if I was defense counsel. That isn't to say that it's what I think. It's to say that if I was defense counsel, I would be saying that she was like the financier, but not the planner and so forth, that they haven't proven that.
Some of it I know was bothersome to the court. In her statement, I hope you heard...
I wouldn't say bothersome to the court.
Okay.
Please continue.
Okay.
Bothersome to the court. He's like, it's not bothersome to the court. It's just obnoxious because she is like, I'm not bothered. It's just that she is clearly undermining her own sentencing. Like, that's not bothersome.
I misread that. I apologize based on your comments.
You never want to be in a situation where what you're discussing is like the judge's feelings, right? Like, oh God, no.
One of the things she said in her statement, after most of her statement being about the horrible thing that happened to Danny Markell, was that the people who were responsible for it were in prison. That's a pretty big statement considering what the state believes Mrs. Adelson's position is with respect to the others who've been prosecuted, convicted, and are serving sentences in the Florida Department of Corrections. I also want to say this. The defense's position in this case from start to finish has always been, on behalf of Mrs. Adelson, beyond respectful to the victim in this case, Danny Markell. He should not be lost in this case, and I said that in my opening statement. We presented evidence about a wonderful man he was. He did not deserve for this to happen. The Markells gave their statements at the conclusion of the verdict that was issued by the jury, and I listened to every single word. And
I mean, I should hope so. What else would you be doing? Like, Your Honor, I got very little Candy Crush in during their statements. Like, okay, cool.
Every single word that they said came out of the terrible grief from the loss of their son and the feelings that they have developed over the course of this 11 years in prosecuting these various people and additional information that has been given to them, every word they had every right to say. The feelings.
No shit. Why are you doing this? The thing is when she says every word they had every right to say, the only thing that does is it raises the question of, like, why you would say that, right? Because what you're implying when you say she has every right to say those things is that she doesn't actually have every right to, like, shut up. Like, shut all the ups. Find a new direction of up and shut it. Like,
that they had are exactly what they should have. What happened to Danny Markell, as Donna Adelson has said in her statement, could not have been more horrific. He was treated like an animal, completely unaware that there was any kind of problem, that he would have any kind of physical altercation with anybody. I'm positive the furthest thing from his mind that day was that someone was going to kill him in his garage at his home. He did not deserve what he got. It's been very...
No shit. Also, I am supposed to remind people on the 11th, I'm planning on having a meetup in Salt Lake City. I haven't figured out where yet. I got to get off my ass and get that done. But the 11th of November, Salt Lake City, some sort of meetup. Let's make it happen.
Clear in the prior prosecutions and what was presented in Mrs. Adelson's trial about the conduct of these other individuals. They do deserve to be where they are. They do. Their conduct is unimaginable to me, that human beings would engage in that kind of conduct to bring a man, an innocent man, a well-respected man, an amazing father, to take him away from his mother, his father, his sister, most importantly, his children. That was horrific. I understand why those sentences were imposed. Not for Mr. Rivera, but for the ones that were tried and convicted. In this case...
Okay, but you are trying to say that those sentences are not appropriate for your client. So, if you're trying to do that, talking about just how appropriate those sentences are is maybe not the best way, but I don't know.
Judge, based on the evidence that was presented, the defense is going to ask on counts 2 and 3 that you sentence Mrs. Adelson to 3 years in the Florida Department of Corrections. Counts 2 and 3.
This is a way under ask at this point. And Rob, thank you so much for 20 gifted memberships. Thank you. At this point, if I had come in looking to ask for 3 years, I am, John Sebastian, I'm still looking for a place to do it. So yeah. If I come in asking for, like, if I had been planning to come in asking for 3 years, I am having a little chat with my client and saying, we got to go up. You have pushed this up. So it's got to go up. Sorry, 3 years is just going to piss the judge off here.
To run concurrently. My understanding in the court, the clerk can tell me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is Mrs. Adelson has 701 days credit time served. That's what we calculated.
I'll stipulate to 701, Your Honor.
Very well.
Anything more?
The prosecution's like, that's the same number we've got. So, yeah.
On counts 2 and 3, Judge. First of all, in order for it to assist Mrs. Adelson, she's going to have to be successful on count 1 on appeal. If she is, anything more than that period of time is going to basically be a death sentence for Mrs. Adelson. She is soon to be 76 years old. Her health has gotten worse while incarcerated, as anyone.
It always does. Like, incarceration is rough on people. You get shitty food. You don't see a whole lot of sunlight. You you don't get a whole lot of exercise, but most importantly, just being sad all the time does drain you, right? People age a lot. People age a lot faster in custody than outside. So, yeah.
Would probably expect. Her husband is 81 years old. Compared 3 years compared to the man who participated in the killing getting 7 years, I believe is a just and reasonable sentence for Mrs. Adelson. We are also going to ask, Your Honor, after imposing sentence, I know it's nothing but a recommendation, but we would ask if you make a recommendation to the Florida Department of Corrections that Mrs. Adelson be placed as close to Miami as possible where her husband resides so that she can have visitation. I understand we don't have any control over Department of Corrections, but we would appreciate that recommendation.
Depending on where you are, those recommendations can be really strong or really ignored. So I had a client who got a 8-year sentence, substantial sentence. It was, and the 8-year sentence was actually probably a little generous for the client. But the prosecution was like, okay. But the main thing that the client wanted was he wanted a recommendation that he be able to serve near his family, and near his family was out of province. And so I asked the judge to make that recommendation, and the judge is like, I don't know if it's going to carry any weight, but I will make the recommendation that he be able to serve at this particular prison. He went to that prison, right? Sometimes it works out. Sometimes not so much. So, yeah. Especially in the US, the prison system sometimes feels like it's a little mean-spirited. I think that they might, that they might move her somewhere else, intentionally. I'm just going to set this one at a higher level of super chats and a little bit longer time because it's something I should do, but I don't want to do. So, yeah. My computer is getting real slow for some reason. ASG, father-in-law had another seizure in the ICU. They're going to start weaning him slowly off. He goes in and out of recognizing my mother-in-law. Going to be a rough night. I am really sorry. I hope that clears up. I hope that the best outcome possible. So, yeah.
May I have just one moment, please?
Go ahead.
While she's doing that, Judge, I would ask that Ms. Adelson not be housed with Ms. McBanois, or at least have a separation. If you could recommend that. And if Ms. McBanois is currently at Lowell CI.
Yes, Judge.
That makes sense, right? Those two should not be together. And even if they end up at the same facility, they should be in like different parts of it, right? So sometimes they have sometimes they call them pods, sometimes they call them units, sometimes they call them whatever. But most prisons for women aren't huge. So, yeah.
Thank you for that, Ms. Kappelman. I wanted to raise that issue because we did check into that. Judge, I contacted the Florida Department of Corrections. They did indicate that they would be able to keep them separate, but that doesn't necessarily mean that folks who are familiar with and friendly with Mrs. McBanois wouldn't be where Mrs. Adelson would be. So we are concerned about that, about her being.
Why are you mentioning, do they want... I missed which prison that McBanois is in, but if they want McBanois in, if they want her at the same prison as McBanois is at, then this is stupid, right? Just say, hey, I've spoken to the prison. They can keep them separate. There shouldn't be any issues, right? Don't be like, hey, they can pass messages along. Lowell, where's Lowell? Is Lowell anywhere near Miami? Yeah.
Placed at that facility. I didn't know it before, but the reception center for the women actually keep inmates there. So I know that's a possibility, but again, that's in Ocala, and we're respectfully requesting that she be placed closer to Miami. Thank you.
Okay, so they don't want her to go to Ocala. Cool.
Going to review the last case the defense has presented for downward departure. Ms. Keppelman, you had something else?
No, Your Honor, I don't.
Review the cases for downward departure or in support of downward departure, the defense has argued.
Judge is going to be real reasonable here. And yeah, so yes, I've heard there's a possibility she could end up like in the same area as Boone. All right, let's jump to the sentencing here.
Having reviewed the cases presented by the defense concerning the downward departure, also as well the argument that has been presented, the court has reviewed its notes of the trial and will rule in
The judge is going to be fairly reasonable here, but it's not going to help them at all. So, yeah.
the issue of the downward departure at this point. Florida Supreme Court has a two-part test concerning whether a downward departure should be granted or could be granted by the trial court. The first is whether the trial court can impose a downward departure sentence based on a valid legal ground proven by a preponderance of the evidence. The second step is whether the trial court decides whether it should impose the downward departure based on the totality of the circumstances. As to both the non-statutory grounds that have been argued and the grounds contained within section 921.0026, subsection 2, subsection B. In reviewing the trial court's notes, what has been argued by both the defense and also as well the court's relying on the record itself, court will find that there is a ground for non-statutory downward departure, but it declines to exercise its discretion. As to the statute.
So they're like, we have the authority to depart downward, but we don't actually think that's appropriate here. So we're not doing it.
Toward ground, I will find that both the defendant was an accomplice to the offense and a relative minor participant in the criminal conduct. We'll find that has not been proven, but in addition to, the court would still decline to exercise its discretion.
They're like, it is not established that she was a minor participant. And even if it was, we wouldn't downward depart. So sucks to be you.
As to the sentence in this matter.
Yeah, this is the thing. Your legal argument wins, but I decline to exercise discretion. Basically unreviewable. It is appeal proof, is essentially what it comes down to. So, yeah.
Ms. Adelson, please rise.
And Ms. Adelson should, at this point, realize that she's standing up for the train that's heading her way.
Level of planning and coordination to bring the murder of Professor Markell to fruition was significant in this case.
This Professor Markell is how defense counsel should have been referring to the victim this entire time. Or just the victim in this case, like the victim or Professor Markell. Be respectful. Don't be familiar. Don't be overly chummy. So, yeah.
Case. These were not crimes of chance or opportunity, and these crimes also required you to conspire with your son and others. You certainly can choose to deny your involvement and maintain innocence. The court finds the evidence in this case is clear. You will be sentenced accordingly this afternoon.
And if I was her, this is the time to be absolutely shitting yourself, because, like, she's got to know that this is not going well for her. And, yeah.
The jury has found you guilty on charges of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. And the court previously adjudicated you guilty as to these same charges on September 4th of this year. On count 1 of the indictment for first-degree murder, you are hereby sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole or release, pursuant to sections 782.04 and 775.082 sub 1 sub a Florida statutes. On count 2 of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder.
This is where the money is, right? Because count 1, she was getting life. That we all knew. This is where the money is.
You are hereby sentenced to 30 years in the Department of Corrections that will run consecutive to count 1. The court will also sentence you to 30 years in the Department of Corrections on count 3. Counts 2 and 3 are to run concurrent with each other, but consecutive to count 1. As the fees and costs.
So if she successfully appeals this, or if she successfully appeals count 1, she only has to live to be 106 years old to see freedom again. 106.
Clerk can please announce those at this time.
Doing $2,100 as a fine pursuant to section 775.083, $105 as the 5% surcharge required by section 938.04, $20 as the court cost pursuant to section 938.06, crime.
All right, so far we're up to a little less than like 3,000, so not too bad.
Salary Trust Fund, $3 as a court cost pursuant to section 938.01 subsection 1, Criminal Justice Trust Fund, $50 pursuant to section 938.03, Crimes Compensation Trust Fund, $225 pursuant to section 938.05, Local Government Criminal Justice Trust Fund, $2 as a court cost pursuant to section 938.
I'm just going to say some of these seem pretty petty. Like, $2 for this cost. I'm like, $2? Really? You're like, and $3? Why do they bother with the $2 and $3? Okay.
15, County Criminal Justice Education, $50 as a court cost pursuant to section 775.083 subsection 2, County Crime Prevention, $65 as a court cost pursuant to section 939.185, County Additional Court Costs.
Wait, what's going on there? Oh, this is when it cuts out on the Court TV feed. Dang it. I don't know why the Court TV feed cuts out here. Yeah. Somebody was saying that the total is real high. Where's the total? What's this? I'm just trying to look that up now. Why is that? What is it? Oh, the prosecution is going to be seeking restitution. They haven't been given it yet, but that's expected to be over $700,000. So, yeah, that's a lot of monies. $700,000. So, but it's it looks like from the news articles that it hasn't been awarded yet. So they may not get the $700,000. I don't know if she's got $700,000 left, because it sounds like they have a second mortgage on their property. But yeah, that's just not gonna fly. And I see there are some PayPal messages that I missed. Kim says, thanks for the stream. I've missed your snark. Thank you for being here. And Jamie says, goal and happy belated happy Thursday. Thank you so much. That sounds like I might have to go working out. So let's read some super chats here and then we'll swoop. And we got one more thing to cover here. Jendi Simeo, thank you for being a member. Much appreciated. Morgan, nothing to say, just for the goal. Thank you. Juani, plus that shady Tallahassee jury comment at some point. That is not a good comment. Like, it just pisses the judge off. That's it. Take my money. Okay. Deal. Vez from Quebec, blind, in denial, or complicit? Tough. Jessica Carlson, thanks for the Thursday Law Fun Day. It sort of worked out there. So, Runkle of the Bailey, my kid finished third year with a 3.86 GPA. Don't know what she's going to focus on, but she has said she will practice firearm law in Canada too. I've got her watching you too. If she has any questions about firearms law stuff, I would be happy to answer them. So reach out if there are questions. We'll talk about it. For the hot sauce story, I've told the hot sauce story and hopefully it was a good one. Mildred Katie took a new law for the Markells to see the kids. Oof. Michigan Farm Boy, this has to do with the character of the whole family and it isn't helping Donna. Yeah. Harvey did not help. Do we know what he said at Charlie's sentencing? I have no idea. Maybe he grew a pair of horns. Michigan Farm Boy, it's going to take me a bit to find something acceptable, Your Honor. Yeah. Tony76, thank you for being a YouTube member. DSN, thank you so much. Idiot Wind, thank you. Very generous. Thank you. Michigan Farm Boy, Your Honor, we don't want whatever our idiot client might say to be officially on the record. As you can tell, the family does not exhibit the best judgment. You're not wrong. Why would it be being unsworn matter this much? Because it being a sworn statement is just going to make things so much worse. It being unsworn, they can't really use it for much other than aggravation on this. So, yeah. Lazy LP7I. So those boys know their dad and love him, yet they don't even have his last name, right? Yeah. I mean, if you want to honor dad, I would have been like, we keep the name. But no, that's not how that works. Ohio Palm Mom, I hate her whole statement because it's so obviously false, proven by her emails, changing the children's last names and her own behavior. Yeah. I mean, this is the problem, is that sometimes your lovely statements are contradicted by your less lovely actions. Compact Roan, just joining, catching up at 2 times, had someone run from the cops and tear up our front yard and take down the neighbor's fence 20 minutes before I got home. Holy crap, you might be involved. No, the dogs have been cooped up in the house because Mrs. Runkle was away. And so that means that Mrs. Runkle got home and she let the pups out. And I am a little annoyed because I was expecting a delivery. I was expecting I was going to have to pop off the stream and be like, hey guys, sorry, I really need to pick this up off my porch. And it's not here. It's just listed as like it's partially delivered. So I'm like, dang it. What is it? Megan Tomlinson. Now I got to see, like, when is that supposed to be arriving? So, where's the other thing, though? It's got one thing delivered, and the other thing, I'm like, where's the other thing? So, yeah. We just got to see. What? Where is the other thing? I may have to contact the company and be like, hey, there's a problem. Does it really matter what she says? She's 75. She's not winning an appeal and getting out. I don't think she's got a good chance at appeal. I think her chances at appeal are god-awful and like just terrible. So, yeah. He wouldn't have given her the minimum on the other counts, no matter what she said. He might have given her less Might have given her less. We haven't done a TCAN update, but yeah, we can look at that. Unhappy with the verdict? My gal, you chose the jury. And we thought Sarah Boone was wild. Yep. So, better or worse than Sarah Boone's forgiveness? Better. Sarah Boone's forgiveness thing was awful. So, yeah. Recovery Cat, I will enjoy Wendy going down the most. I am waiting to see if Wendy's there. Yeah, for the package, I ordered a generator set and a battery and solar panels. And the thing that arrived is the solar panels. And the solar panels are not useful without the battery. So I'm like, okay, I really I want the rest of that. So, especially because I'm kind of hoping to go up to the land on the weekend, and I kind of need that setup to make that work because the generator at the land is not functional. So I got to figure that out. So yeah. So close still so far. One day. Fair. Can't wait for Cellebrite. That's what's next. The first time I heard that cringe interview, I thought to myself, I need Runkle Snark on this. We will hear Runkle Snark. If you go to the gym tonight, I'll go tomorrow. It'll probably be a late night gym thing, but assuming we hit the goal, I'll probably go either way. But yeah. So, yeah. I skipped tonight to eat mac and cheese instead. Be better than me. Fair. That's the gym. No gym. Strength is a worthless stat. Put your points in int. I need some constitution so that I don't die. Yeah. Nick, I might need assistance. I'll tell you sort of what's going on. Hurt my hip putting part of my own home gym together. You go in my stead while my hip heals. Oof. That's kind of ironic to get hurt putting it together. Whatever your workout is, I sentence you to do +1 reps for every exercise. So here's the thing. If I'm going tonight, this will be the first time I have gone to a gym ever. Just ever. So it's a little daunting because I need to figure shit out and actually get some exercise and yeah. But it is a little daunting to go to the gym and have no clue what the hell I'm going to do. Julia is saying ever. Yes, ever. Bliberal, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Fiona W, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Linda Santiago, hoping to meet you in Salt Lake. Likewise. I got to figure out a Salt Lake plan. So I haven't figured that out yet. And yeah. So thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Very generous. What is it? Plotting a political thriller while listening to you. Also debating on showing up in Salt Lake City for the meetup. It would be great to see you. I wonder if it had to be unsworn so that the defense lawyers wouldn't face any ethical issues for supporting perjury. I don't know that there was anything that would be perjurious in there. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I guess that they could maybe go after her for her saying I didn't do it. So, yeah. Have you asked your test lawyer friend about Haas Long? I haven't. Maybe I should. Hollyberry, thank you for the gifted membership. Much appreciated. ASG, look up Muscle Wiki, free huge library of exercises. That is actually really useful advice. I will check that out. Let us know if you ever do anything in Montreal. I will. Why did my username change? I don't know why everyone is stuck with their @ thing. I want to fix that, but I don't know how. So YouTube has been sort of doing this to people, and I don't know why. And so I've got to try to figure out the setting that is or whatever else. I also have a meeting with my partner manager soon. And so maybe I'll be able to say hey, this is not good. Like, this has to be fixed because, yeah, this is like a problem. So, yeah, we'll just have to see how that goes. So, yeah. All right. Let me just see here. Let's all right. Ask Emily. She fixed hers. Emily has a direct route to like a direct connection to YouTube. And so Emily can get those kinds of answers, but I don't really have a direct connection to Emily. So I don't really, that's not really an option here. So, and she's got resources that I don't. So, stay away from the free weights unless you have someone with you who knows what they're doing. Most of the machines in my experience have clear instructions. I'm going to stay away from free weights until I get some guides. Just start with walking. I started today for heart health. Good luck to you. Thank you. Just wanted to say thank you for everything. Thank you. So thank you so much. All right. So we are going to I'm going to try to get the ad thing fixed. I'm going to try to get that sorted. But yeah, it seems to be a thing that YouTube is doing. So
this case is like a super.
Whoop. Let's do a swoop here. Swoopity swoop. Where's a good swoop? Oh, this is probably a good swoop for this. So let's sort of go on and have a a look there and at this Cellebrite interview. And this Cellebrite interview starts off badly. And what I mean by starts off badly is this. Cellebrite is a tech company, right? They are a company that really what they market and sell is tech stuff, right? How bad do you have to be a tech shit to have this as your so what this is they're green screened on a white background. And I mean, I can see green screening onto a better background, or just set up an actual studio, right? Like set up a little studio background where you've got like a backdrop. You could have all sorts of cool, like technical shit behind you. This is fucking awful. And it's gonna get worse. Like this is glaring. This is hard to look at, right? And this is going to be so cringy. And yeah, this is the thing. This video uploaded to their own YouTube channel. I don't know if they were trying to repair their image, but this video uploaded to their own YouTube channel isn't it. It's not even getting into the actual video production. This is super bad. And yeah.
Onion.
Infamous Google search costs long to dying of cold.
Cellebrite updated fiscal analyzer.
This Google search became
also, I don't know if we'll get kicked out here because
a
of
pivotal piece of evidence for the defense.
So they've got their logo here. All right, so
I'm Heather Barnhart, and I'm here with Ian Wiffin, the edition of.
Whoop! Does she introduce herself?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to a special edition of. Ask
I hate
the
that they've got this music
I'm Heather
here
Barnhart,
playing
and I'm here with
because
Ian Wiffin.
got to talk over it a little bit,
infamous
and it's miserable.
Genius who was tied.
So here's the thing: when you're doing an interview, she's kind of like, she's like the genius. It's like, oh God, we know this is a marketing video. You need to not like.
To the Karen Reed trial. We are here for the very first time to discuss this with you.
We are coming on the air with breaking news.
Okay, we'll skip past this. All right, here we go.
or avoided social media and the news. Karen Reed is a Massachusetts woman who earlier this summer was acquitted of murder.
And the thing is, they put a lot of, so her name is Heather Barnard, but I don't know who she is at Cellebrite. They put a lot of like production into this. They hired like an editor, but their video recording is so fuck awful. So yeah.
In her boyfriend's tragic death. This was her second trial. So Ian, I believe the first trial ended with a hung jury and it was a mistrial. So she had to go through it twice. You had to go through it twice. More of her background. Her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, was a Boston police officer. And in January of 2022, he was found dead in the front lawn of another Boston police officer's home in a Massachusetts suburb in the early morning hours in the middle of a blizzard. I'm not going to get into the details of all of the basics and the foundation of this case. You have.
They needed to do another take there because she goes, I'm not going to get into the details. And this early on into your intro, you should do a redo.
Read it, you've heard it. I'm sure Ian will allude more to the digital evidence and what that spoke for. But the prosecution accused Karen of driving drunk and backing into John with her SUV and then fleeing the scene, leaving him to die in the snow. The defense said that Karen Reed was innocent and dropped John O'Keefe off at home and left. They said he was beat up.
No, that is not even correct. Like, the defense said that they dropped him off at home and left. And I'm like, wait, what? That's not the defense story. The defense's story is that she dropped him off at somebody else's home at a party and left. And like, cut out the audio, like cut out this shitty music, cut out all of this. Like, this is so bad.
In the home and dumped on the lawn. So this
What
is where
in
the
the
conspiracy
1980s
really
is
came
this
out.
shit?
The police officers apparently were involved and covered it up. So everyone has their own opinions. We've seen them all over social media, but that's really the basics of the case. This case is like a super onion with so many layers. The more you peel back, you're like, what is actually happening? It was a media circus, extremely high profile, and our very own Ian Wiffin was kind of the ringmaster at times of that circus.
No, he wasn't. He was a witness. Like, oh, come on. Oh, come on.
So, Ian, seriously, I applaud you. One, for your patience, and
Seriously? Like, you're going to start off with, I applaud. Okay. This is your marketing video. You don't need to polish his stones.
not flipping out. I know many times I wanted to flip out on your behalf. So I was emotionally in this with you, but you did a fantastic job. For those of you that don't know Ian, he's not just the brilliant mind of forensics. He is also our decoding manager here at Cellebrite. So Ian takes all the things that are stored in that lovely brain of his and tries to dump it back into the tools for everyone else that needs Ian's brain to help us solve our digital forensic investigations. All right, Ian, you ready for some questions?
We are 3 minutes in. Maybe we should get to a question here. Yeah.
I am. Go for it.
And then we'll have some fun at the end too. All right. Why were you brought into this case?
Okay. So I initially got involved in this case after a true crime podcaster contacted Cellebrite asking for clarification because of some things that he'd seen in other people's blogs, some things that had been tweeted related.
Now, first, this is a situation that, like, the prosecution was all up. What's her name? That lovely doctor. They were all up her ass about, getting involved because of, like somebody reaching out or, and seeing the case. And he's like, yeah, that's how I got involved. I'm also, this is also not consistent with other accounts he's told of like this story. So we're already getting some problems here.
To an artifact that Physical Analyzer had passed.
Marie Russell,
Basically,
yes.
police had obviously extracted a bunch of phones at the time of John's death.
These, by the way, are like stock video that they've got here. So yeah, or they might have recorded it themselves. Like this one, they might have recorded themselves.
Done their
I bet this is Cellebrite stock video. I bet this is stuff Cellebrite has recorded for their own marketing materials.
own analysis, including the analysis of a witness's device, which was written off at the time as not containing anything relevant to the case. About a year later, defense experts took that same extraction and ran it through Physical Analyzer as well, and now found a timestamp which they thought was a smoking gun.
This is actually a big problem because their tool is what threw this result that they say is a fucked up tool, right? That this is they're saying that this is a fucked up result, and it's their tool throwing this. So also, yeah, this seems to be like a laptop mic or something like, and his video quality is dog awful. Like just,
The timestamp itself was related to a Google search, the infamous Google search, "Hostelong to Die in the Cold," which is an obvious.
Why are they doing this kind of visual? Oh God.
Misspelling of the term "how long to die in the cold." I'll say that this search had actually been found initially by police using Physical Analyzer 752, but at that time, the timestamp attached to it was around 6:23, 6:24 a.m. after John's body had been found and therefore deemed not evidentially significant. However, when the expert for the defense took the same data, they used a newer version of Physical Analyzer.
So the newer version should be the better version, right? That's the natural conclusion, that you'd be improving this stuff.
This newer version had additional support. Obviously, we always add support for new artifacts as time goes.
Yeah, this is definitely their marketing, their marketing stock footage. So yeah.
On. And this new artifact support for a database called Browser State gave a timestamp of 2:27 a.m. For that same Google search. And that's important. 2:27 is a really important time because that would mean that this is around 3.5, 4 hours before John's body was found, implying that somebody had some knowledge that he was outside dying in the cold before anybody should have known that that was the case. So this Google search became a pivotal piece of evidence for the defense to try to prove that someone other than Karen was responsible for John's death.
So a few things. I have many comments on this one.
I mean, I have a comment about the try and prove thing, because the defense doesn't have to try and prove shit. Like, Wiffin, you should know this. The defense has no obligation to prove a goddamn thing. The defense, is undermining the prosecution's case. The prosecution has the requirement to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that, this is maddening when this happens.
Cellebrite updated Physical Analyzer based upon your research and what you learned in that case, so that people who don't understand how to validate don't have time to validate, and for better lack of other terms, press buttons to get answers. The answer will be correct in their face going forward.
Yes, I think we always try to provide information which is correct to the best of our knowledge and ability at the time based on the research. We always want to give information which can be verified by the examiners. And in this case, once I started to look at the data and look at the evidence, I determined that the timestamp in the Browser State database was related to the time that the tab So the browser tab actually took focus and not the time that the search occurred or the navigation event occurred. So essentially, if you imagine opening up a brand new tab at 10 a.m. in the morning, using it to search for 30 minutes or so, visiting numerous web pages during that time. When you eventually close that tab, a record is created in the browser state database saying the tab opened at 10 a.m. The last page that was visited, the one that was visited at like 10:30, is this. So there's no correlation between the two. And that's essentially what my research was focusing on. That timestamp is not necessarily the time the page was visited. It could be before, it could be after, but it's irrelevant to the actual URL.
So this is the thing, is that, he's saying, okay, this is not good information. All right. Here's the problem, which is that you have an issue that this is your tool. Oh, shit. Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
So based on that, we updated our decoding to remove any kind of confusion and to ensure
I was looking at my screen, not the other one. So yeah,
that we give you the web page that was visited, but we can't say that this is the time. So we just remove the time altogether because we don't.
And I think that's way better. And something I wanted to comment to some of the social media trolls who have zero digital forensics knowledge in their bodies, but think they know better than our very own Ian Wiffin.
Okay.
Some of the social media trolls who have zero digital forensics knowledge in their bodies, but think they know better than our very own Ian Wiffin.
Stroke it harder. Like this is, hey, I'm trying to do some repair to, our public image. The way to do that is to pick a fight with everybody while seeming entirely like as brown nosy as possible. And here's the thing. The problem with the analysis in this case is created by Cellebrite, right? It's created by Cellebrite. So this is his fuck up.
Tools cannot be static in nature. A static tool should never be used in a forensic lab ever because technology is constantly changing. These apps change, browsers change, and we adapt to it. So we have to just keep the research going and keep feeding our tools and making them better.
Of course, yeah. I mean, we have to update our tools constantly to account for bugs that may exist in our software, bugs that may exist in the applications that we're decoding, changes made by vendors, or simply because our understanding changes. And this is a perfect example of where the testing that was originally done focused on a particular use case, but this case brought to light additional use cases and different ways that data can be populated and the possibility.
And the thing is that Ian Wiffin here is not actually being awful. Ian Wiffin is actually being fairly reasonable. What makes this interview terrible is Heather Barnard, right? That's what makes this terrible.
That timestamp probably isn't accurate.
Great. So what you're really saying, Ian, is that Cellebrite.
Oh, anytime you've got the interviewer trying to say what he was really saying is the thing he just said. The thing, that's what he's really trying to say.
Chose to make the tool better for users, and we weren't trying to be some part of the giant conspiracy of Karen Reed.
She's coming off like a marketing fuckstick. Like she's coming off as like this marketing robot. And she's like, so what you're saying is, we weren't trying to be part of, don't force feed that to him. Just let people come up with that conclusion herself. But this marketing disgusting shit is not helping.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we would never modify our decoding or our tool for any other reason than to do what we think is forensically best. We want to give the users the information that we believe is accurate. And in this case, this particular artifact is super.
I bet this video would be so much better if you just take this video and edit her out entirely. I might actually have to try this, like download this video, cut out all the parts where she's talking, zoom in so it's just Ian Wiffin, and then like see if it's a better video, because I bet it's so much better.
Easy to validate. You can get any test device and test this out yourself. If we were to modify our software for any kind of nefarious purpose, it wouldn't take long before users realized and quite rightly took us to task for doing things wrong. Right? We only do things because we think it's right.
And this is the thing, he would do so much better in this interview. Like, this interview is so much better if they just say, listen, we had this feature in this, one version. This case actually illustrated to us the difficulty or the problem with this particular data artifact. When we did further testing, we determined that this particular data artifact is not, is not a valid, not a useful feature. And so we cut it out, and we were here to partially explain why the tool was giving, why this version of the tool was giving this bad information. Like, that would be a much better interview. Ian, with Mr. Wiffin, if you want a better interview, an interview that doesn't make you look like a giant tool bag, come on the show. Like, I know what you're trying to explain. I think what you're trying to explain is reasonable here under the circumstance, and you can do better than this. Heather, you're not invited. You just...
Well, Ian, I thank you for your time and what you do for this community. And for our viewers, next up, part 2, we're going to discuss testifying in court. Best practices, how to be cool and calm and collected like Ian himself, especially in a case.
Stop glazing him. Oh my God. The music is their music. And yeah, I'm probably going to get a copyright ding on this, but I'll dispute it and we'll see.
Case like this that is so conspiracy driven, where there are people that firmly believe one way or the other, they were willing to like put themselves out there on the line for, is she guilty, is she not guilty? We're also going to have
so conspiracy driven, huh? Okay.
Some fun. We're going to read some of the mean tweets that were thrown Ian's way by the social media trolls of the world. So, Ian, again, thank you for your time.
All right. So let's pull up round 2, because there's 2 parts. And the thing is I don't think Ian Wiffin is the person she makes him out to look like here, because she actually makes him out to look, she makes him look bad, like so bad. And I don't get it. Like, did nobody watch this and then be like, oh, right, we need to like not do this. Like, we need to never post this. Yes, Heather is coming back for part 2.
Was another level.
Let the evidence speak to you.
Karen saying that I was right is...
I just saw this tweet.
I knew I was right with it.
So what do you think? Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us for part 2 of this special edition of Ask the Expert. I'm Heather Barnhart, and I have with me again, Ian Wiffin, and we're discussing the Karen Reed case. If you didn't watch part 1, go back and spend the time to understand how Ian got involved in this case, some of the chaos behind it, and what the key digital evidence actually was. So Ian let the evidence tell the truth, and he simply testified to that truth. In part 2, we want to focus on that. So Ian was amazing in court. The judge was even smiling at you, Ian, when
Oh, fuck off. Judges smile at witnesses all the time. Like, it doesn't mean shit. So yeah. Yeah. It's oh God.
you were done testifying, I felt like everyone wanted to give you a round of applause. But in addition to this case taking its own life form, the Karen Reed supporters, all the noise at the courthouse, so much media chatter everywhere, you turned off your notifications. You were getting distracted by all of the noise. Before we even talk about how you prepared to do that, I will say, even in the Idaho murder prep, when I asked you, Ian, should I watch these things? Should I listen to these things? You're like, absolutely not. Isolate yourself. That was some of the best advice that I think all of us could take.
We're a minute in, or a minute and a half in, and he hasn't talked. So, yeah.
You need to let the evidence speak to you and not really let social media or the conspiracy theorists out there sway you in one way or another. All right, so we're going to talk about prepping, Ian. Prepping for this case, which we know you spent many, many hours doing. If you have not watched Ian testify, it's on YouTube, it's on Court TV YouTube, it's everywhere. I've had many students that come up to me after I teach for SANS and they say, hey, we make all of our new people watch this. Hey, we make even our trained investigators watch this. Because the way Ian can explain extremely technical details to, I think even my dad would understand what you meant.
She's just like casually, yeah, fuck, my dad is dumb. Like, my dad is real dumb. So we're now at 2 minutes. He hasn't talked. She's just like, going on and on. And the thing is if he had done such a marvelous job, like, I don't think so.
Is astounding. So I personally thank you, and I love learning from you and watching you do this, but this is truly the masterclass. If you want to learn how to do courtroom testimony, you watch Ian Wiffin. I'm going to give you a little applause here.
Oh, fuck off. Like, the first time I watched this, when she's like, I'm going to give you a little round of applause, I'm like, oh my God. Oh my God. Like, this is so fucking cringe.
This is also why my family, the kids think Ian's a doctor because he's so smart. So he's Dr. Wiffin, according to our household. But I want
She's just casually dropping that he doesn't have a doctorate. But, like, okay.
to break you through, or walk you through, I should say, key concepts and advice and methodologies you use for people to testify successfully in court. So I'm going to give you your points and then have you just chime in with what do these actually mean to you?
Sure.
The first one, know your evidence and know it deeply.
So really,
Know it deep. Okay. I guess deeply is not an inappropriate word, but it feels really inappropriate in the context of the rest of this interview. It's like deeply is one of the last words I wanted to hear here.
it's easy to just create a report and present the data. But you really need to understand what that data means. How did that data get on the device? Why is it there? What are the other possibilities that could explain it? Is it deleted? If it's deleted, how was it deleted? All these kind of components that really mean that you understand the data rather than just showing what the data is on the device. Like, did somebody do a search, or is it the result of an autocomplete? Were they at a location, or did they just search for the location? There's so much data you can get from a device that can mean different things.
And the thing is, what he is saying is actually really reasonable here, right? You can't just look at, this, you can't just look at this thing. You got to look at like how it happened. And so the example I'll give is that it's not so much a thing now, but back when the internet was slower, one of the things that, oh yeah, I am seeing the viewer count drop because people are like, oh my God, I cannot stand this. But one of the things that used to be much more of a thing was page auto completion, or like auto loading, or, preloading. And so this used to be a big issue, which is that like you'd go to a web page and your browser would go and look at all of the like connecting pages. Like it would look at pages that page links to, and it would start loading images off of those pages even before you went there, right? And so it would download those images onto your computer and drop them into the cache. And the reason why is that then when you clicked on the actual image, like on the actual link, it would, it would load faster. And so your internet would appear faster because it was using the time that you spend like browsing a page to load up and preload the, the other pages that you haven't gone to yet. So here's the problem. Let's say you go to a page and it links to some shit that is real bad. And you go, oh shit, this is linking to a bunch of stuff that I don't want anything to do with. And you go like back, leave, right? Back in the day, your browser would pull the images off the real bad pages and put them on your computer, like put them in the cache. And so a digital forensic analyst who looked at a computer and said, there's a bunch of bad images here, is not doing a sufficient job, because what they'd also need to do is answer questions like, did this person intentionally save the bad image? Did this person intentionally browse to the bad image, or was it something that was just preloaded? Was this even something that the user was aware of, right? Because it was entirely possible, and this is less of a thing now because your computer is faster. But you can get people, for instance, who have bad images on their computer because they downloaded malware. You can have somebody, I had a client, he downloaded about 50 images that were in a zip file. And the evidence showed that he unzipped the zip file, and the zip file was named something fairly innocuous. He unzipped the file, like expanded it, and then about 2 minutes later, deleted both the zip file and the expanded folder. And what that said is, okay, this is not somebody who was trying to get bad stuff. This is somebody who got bad stuff and went, oh my God, delete. And, that's a very different thing, right? So LinkedIn says she's Senior Director of Community Engagement at Cellebrite and has held the position of Senior Director of Forensic Research at Cellebrite. They should, if she is on community engagement, they should fire her from that role. It's awful. So, yeah.
You really need to understand what you're testifying to.
I love that. And I've been feeling the pain of that one myself. All right, next up. Identify the make or break evidence. So make or break in quotes.
Yeah, so I think this comes with experience. After a while, you start to recognize not just which artifacts exist, but which are the important ones, which are the ones that you really need to spend additional time validating, verifying, testing, research.
know which evidence is important because you're going to get cross-examined hard on the important shit, not on useless shit. Fair enough.
If it's simply like an SMS message, for example, that exists on the device, it's
Note that they used that same clip twice.
pretty straightforward. We know why the SMS message was there. So it may be really good evidence, but it's also really easy to explain. And I think everybody in the world understands what an SMS message is. But if we're talking about something such as a location, for example, there are multiple reasons a location.
The B-roll is awful. Like we're just showing random shit. Like, okay, just show the interview.
It could be there. It could be really important information. So you really need to know why it's there. And that's why you kind of focus on it and do the additional validation and testing.
Fantastic. All right, now the third one, which I think personally is difficult, and this is where I could let my mind run for days on end. How do you prepare for the toughest questions?
I let my mind run for days on end. Legitimately, I go over all of my reports. I'll just mention as well, my reports are pretty detailed anyway. For example, for this second trial, I did about 150, 160 pages of reports. About half of that was the actual data, and about half of it was the testing, the research, the validation, everything that supported my opinion and my position that I made in my report.
You should also have everything. Like if I'm a defense lawyer, and I am, and if I've got Ian Wiffin coming in as the prosecution expert, I am clipping that, and I'm bringing that in for cross-examination, because when he says everything that supports my conclusion, the thing I say is, shouldn't you also bring in the stuff that undermines your conclusion? Shouldn't you also bring in the stuff that might cast your conclusion into doubt? Because that's the most important thing to have in your report. And if you are supposed to be a neutral, side, you shouldn't be just putting,
So having all that information there is available for the prosecution to read. It's available for the defense to read. Everybody knows where I stand and why I stand there. And it's also useful for me while reviewing my evidence and looking back at it to understand and to remind myself, this is why I have that opinion. I've already tested this. I don't need to think about that too deeply again because it's already on paper. I also try to guess what are the questions that I'm going to be asked. Like, what is the real sticking point of this data? What's the question going to be, and how can I answer it? And there's no possible way that you can cover all bases. There was a few questions caught me out in this trial, but on the whole, I knew what to expect, and I had a good idea what I'd be talking to.
And the thing is if you've been a defense lawyer for more, or an expert, or anybody in the system, if you have watched trials, you will get an idea of what a cross-examination is going to look like. And so he can theoretically run through his mind and figure out what the, what that's going to look like and anticipate questions, right?
Yeah, I think if you put yourself mentally in both sides of the courtroom, it helps you be a better witness overall.
She's not wrong, right? Like what are the weaknesses of my case? Not wrong.
For sure. Put yourself in the position of the prosecution, of the defense, and of the jury. Like, do they understand, or are they likely to understand what I'm explaining here? How common is this kind of information to somebody who doesn't work in digital forensics?
Exactly.
I mean, this is the difficulty with any sort of expert evidence, is how do you communicate what can be difficult concepts? And computer forensics can be some of the hardest stuff. So,
all right. So based upon that, your fourth tip is to tailor your approach on each case.
Yeah, this is really about how to conduct the digital investigation. Like, depending on the kind of case, depends on how you approach the data. The example I typically give is if you've got a victim who's found at home, for example, location data may not be relevant because you know where they are, you know where they've probably been most of the time.
I mean, I would want to check, because if you've got something like the victim was found at home, still worth giving it a look, because if you find something unexpected, then you're into some interesting territory, right? If you're like, okay, we're going to, we think this person was home all night and was killed at home and so forth. You check, right? Because if their phone went to a bunch of other places, it's like, why'd that happen? Like, what's this? I got to explain this as part of my, case.
But if you find a victim out in the middle
I've
of
got to
the
actually get
road,
off my
in the field, or somewhere unexpected, then location data becomes a priority because you want to know where they were before this location. Similarly, communication data may not be relevant if you're looking at a vehicle collision, for example. But if you're in more of a...
Are you kidding me? Communication data is going to be extremely important if you're looking at motor vehicle collision. Can anyone tell me why it would be extremely important to look at the, what do you call it? At the communication data in a motor vehicle collision? Yep, we got it. Texting. 100%. You want to know if they're on a call. You want to know if they're texting. Because if they're texting, then you've got like a distracted driving issue. If they're on a call, like a phone call, you have a distracted driving issue, but you also have a witness. Like there's a whole ass witness out there, right? Because if you're like, even if it's on hands-free, you've got it on speaker, right? There's a whole witness out there who you could talk to and be like, hey, what did you hear over the phone, right? What did you, what did you discover? What was going on? What did they text afterwards, right? Because maybe immediately after this collision, they texted, hey, I fucked up real bad and I think I might have killed this guy. That's an admission, right? That's a potentially real bad admission, right? All of this stuff is super freaking potentially relevant. So I kind of hate some of these answers.
Domestic situation, then communication could be key. So it's really about tailoring how you conduct the investigation, how you write the report based on the kind of investigation it is, to make sure that you're focusing on the right elements.
Exactly. And I also think that we aren't sitting at a desk all day, every day being investigators and examiners anymore. We are brought in to do specific things and validation and make sense of data that sometimes then expands to everything. So focusing on what's being asked, I think helps, but then speaking up when something doesn't make sense and needs to lead you down another path.
Yes.
All right, your final one. This is advice I could take in my everyday life. Block out the noise.
Yeah, so this particular case was kind of unique to me. Like I've testified in many cases before. Several of those have been relatively high profile, but this was another level.
And this is the thing. I have never been in a case this high profile. I've had cases that got reported in the news, and every one of those cases was reported badly. I had a case that was actually kind of funny. I was at the Court of Appeal, and I was at the Court of Appeal on an issue of hearsay evidence in particular kinds of motor vehicle issues. I was at the Court of Appeal on a $160 ticket, right? So I'm fighting this $160 ticket, and I'm doing this like this is on principle, right? So they had my appeal scheduled at the same day they had an appeal hearing for Omar Khadr, and Omar Khadr was national news. So for Omar Khadr, they had not just the courtroom that was filled, but also it was a client's ticket, not my ticket. But also they had an overflow courtroom, and the overflow courtroom was getting like a video link so that you could see the you could see the proceedings from the overflow courtroom. None of those people were there to see my case. But I had like a packed appeals courtroom for this matter of a relatively minor matter. And so I'm sitting there, and they call my matter first, which was a bad sign because it meant I was going to lose, right? And so I go up, and I've got this room full of people who just want me to get out of there as quickly as possible so that they could hear the, the case they wanted to pay attention to, right? So, and I get up and I lead off with a joke, and the joke was, well, I'm really kind of surprised, but also kind of pleased to see how many people are here with an interest in the finer points of hearsay law. And the joke went over fairly well. People in the gallery laughed. People on the panel laughed. But nobody was there to see me or to hear about the finer points of hearsay law. So it's a little risky, like leading off with a joke in the appeals court, but I was done and dusted the instant they called my matter first. So yeah.
Personally, I found I had to turn off Twitter. I didn't open Twitter or X for probably about 8 months.
That's good.
I was very careful. Other social media platforms I was using to block out anything that was related to the case.
That is actually really sensible, and I commend him for doing that. So, yeah.
I didn't want to know, basically. I don't want my kind of opinion to be shifted based on what I'm seeing online. All I want to know is the data that's put in front of me. That is the data that I have to testify to and understand. I don't need that outside influence. So essentially ignore everything apart from the data.
It also didn't help when you had a team of people reminding you of something they saw. I just saw this tweet. It wasn't helpful to you. So we apologize, Ian. We had your back all along. But that's what you were so firm in your mind on, yep, I'm just going to ignore it. Me, I probably would have poured myself a glass of wine and walked right into that chaos and then cried into my wine glass. So good.
I mean, that's not. If you want to tell us that, okay. Yeah. So, all right.
For you, seriously, it's
down the line.
The lesson for all of us. But now we're going to do.
And the thing is, I see people in the chat saying, I think she wants to, to get with him and so forth. I don't think that's the case. I don't think she's actually I don't think she's got a crush on him. I don't think she wants to, I don't think she wants to bone down or anything like that. I think the issue is that she's been tasked with trying to make Ian Wiffin look good in this interview, and she doesn't know how to do it well. She doesn't know how to do it right. Because if what you do is you spend all of your time sucking up like this, you like, she's basically trying to, to advertise this guy and so forth. And what she's ending up doing is she's making it look like he can't take a real question. She's making it look like she's a fangirl as opposed to like, useful information. She's bad at this. What they should have done if they wanted to rehabilitate his reputation is put him on not Cellebrite's thing, but reach out and have him do some interviews with like, people like me, or if they don't want to go to me, like just somebody. Stay away from the anti-Karen Reed people, but like look into the streamers. There are several streamers who would give Mr. Wiffin a fair shot and a fair, a fair discussion where they're not going to like look to tear him down, but they will let him make his own, statements, and he would actually do pretty well. So if they don't want to come on my stream, and I mean, fair enough, I'm kind of mocking them. Lawyer, would do a good job. Emily would do a good job. Rob would do a great job, right? Any of these people would be fair. There's channels out there, and I'm not going to name the channels out there that wouldn't be fair, but like there's plenty of places they could go. Andrea, I saw Tide saying Andrea Burkhart would give them a fair hearing, right? And
historically, this has been called mean tweets. And I remember seeing Peyton Manning reading something awful about himself where someone said he looked like a horse. It was terrible to watch these celebrities read all of this. Ian, you're a celebrity in our household. So I am going to read these mean tweets or mean X's, whatever we call it, and see what you think about this. And the names are blurred out, okay? If you want, I could tell you, sometimes I can see how many views there were. And there's a cuss word, so I'm going to say beep, okay? Ian Wiffin didn't explain.
You can say shit, it's YouTube.
He misinterpreted data to fit the prosecution's
that word is misrepresented, not misinterpreted. So, yeah.
Case. He screwed up in the first trial and changed his testimony and the @Cellebrite report for the second trial.
Interesting. I don't believe my position changed at all regarding the Google search.
I actually don't think that his position changed much. Like, I think he's right. His position was pretty consistent. The problem is he's trying to explain around the fact that a Cellebrite tool kind of fucked the dog.
In trial 1 and trial 2. And
but did you manipulate your report?
I presented the data from the device and demonstrated my position. Obviously, we changed the tool to reflect the new understanding, but it was unrelated to what the prosecution may have wanted.
Yeah.
And I mean, he's doing a better,
Upgrading your tooling is different than being a tool and modifying a report. 100%. So thank you.
She said it, not me.
For not only 79 views, Ian. So the world didn't really even see that person. All right, you ready? I can't.
Guys, we have 2,000 viewers right now, so we are way over the 79.
Can't wait. I want to know what you guys think of the data. Tell Ian Wiffin to get lost and go do his job at Cellebrite. But you did do your job.
I did.
You fixed the tool.
No, Brennan is still out there.
Oh my gosh. Okay, here's another one. Seriously, I'd be curious to know how many taxpayer dollars we spent solely in attempt to vindicate Jen McCabe. How much was paid to Ian Wiffin and Cellebrite to change their whole software to try to discredit the 227 Google search timestamp?
Okay, I'm quite happy to answer this one. My flight and my hotel was paid for twice. Other than that, I received and Cellebrite received nothing.
I love
What? We're going back on that. And we're
and Google search timestamp.
Okay, I'm quite happy to answer this one. My flight and my hotel was paid for twice. Other than that, I received and Cellebrite received nothing.
I love it. Okay.
they went after the defense witnesses so hard for, like, you had a personal interest in this. Like, this is just dunking on Brennan really hard here.
Doing it because you care about the data.
Doing it because it's the right thing to do, for sure.
Yeah, and not saying who was guilty or who was not. For the record, anyone watching, I used to always ask Ian, like, so what do you think? So what do you think? Like, I just wanted his opinion, and Ian's like, well, the data shows this.
Exactly. That's all I can speak to.
All right, now this one, 54 views, okay? 54.
Yeah, they're picking out the most pathetic of the mean tweets.
Or people around the world saw this. Ian Wiffin.
Then why are you pulling this one? Like, if you're going to pull mean tweets, pull ones that are not, you know, like, this is a garbage thing. I'm like, ugh.
Wiffin was not credible. Come on. You're not credible, Ian. All right?
He's like, what am I supposed to react to here? It's that person's opinion. Like, all he can say is the, the Big Lebowski thing of like, well, that's just like your opinion, man. Like, this is not.
Okay, I mean, everyone has an opinion.
59 views. Ian Wiffin didn't destroy anything except at Cellebrite's credibility.
You don't need to say at Cellebrite. You could just say Cellebrite. Okay.
Okay. I mean...
Again, you should pick something for him that he can actually respond to. Like, not just, yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how to respond to that. I present the data. I believe, from Cellebrite's point of view, we did the right thing. And, I'll die on the hill.
Well, Cellebrite had your back 100% through and through on all of this. So I feel like our credibility skyrocketed because
Cellebrite had Cellebrite's back all the way through this. I feel like our credibility skyrocketed. It's like, no, but also, if you want your credibility to skyrocket, this video ain't skyrocketing. This video is like, rocket right into the ocean. And the ocean is on fire. And the ocean is also like full of sharks. And the sharks have lasers. And the entire ocean is full of shit. So,
because of your brain. So thank you. Seriously, we are trusted. You are trusted. I think our team of experts are more trusted now than ever before because
quit because
of your testimony. All right. Now there's a new one. Okay. This is the best one. So there's a picture of Mark Zuckerberg in his gray t-shirt and you from your Artex website or your double black in your gray t-shirt. And it says, Am I on crack? Or is Mark Zuckerberg and Ian Wiffin essentially the same damn person? Hashtag Karen Reed.
I mean, that one is actually a decent one to pull up because it's funny. I mean, it's not a super good resemblance, but it's at least this one's funny. This one would actually be a sense of humor. So yeah, okay.
My bank account would disagree.
You do look alike in this picture a little bit.
It's a very old picture.
You have the same haircut too, Ian, but you don't make as much money probably.
Guaranteed.
All right. So beyond all these mean tweets and all this ridiculousness and people just being social trolls, in the end, all over the battle of that 2:27 a.m. timestamp, in the second trial, Karen Reed actually said she was not having her defense expert return because Ian Wiffin was right.
Oh, we need to hear from Richard
That's not really what she said, but yeah.
Green in this trial?
No.
Why not?
I believe the evidence is all out and in part from Ian Wiffin.
How does that make you feel?
She wasn't saying that he was right. She was saying that he tanked their case. Also, did you notice where they pulled this video from? Did you notice? It's right here on the side. They pulled this video from fucking Coffin Daffer. And if you're trying to improve your credibility, going to Coffin Daffer is not helpful. Like, but this is not actually a good thing for this is not actually a good thing for the for like Wiffin, because she's not saying that, you know, Ian Wiffin was right. She was saying Ian Wiffin's evidence was so bad it helps us. That's what she was saying.
I believe the evidence is all out and in part from Ian Wiffin.
How does that make you feel?
They're like, we don't need our expert because we tanked on Wiffin.
Ian, that Karen said your name on the screen and said Ian Wiffin was right.
So I mean, it was validation. I was already confident in my answer. I knew I was right with it.
She was saying Ian Wiffin is going to help me get acquitted, and she got acquitted.
I was disappointed that the defense didn't put their expert on the stand to put his opinion across and to have that kind of debate and to evidence their position. But Karen saying that I was right is a close second. I'll take it.
You know what I would actually love to see would be this is if I could make a stream happen, which I would not be able to do, but I would love to bring Mr. Green and Mr. Wiffin on and just have the two have a coffee chat. Like each of them crack open a beer and they can sit there discussing things and, just have a chat. Not like a debate, not like a cross-examination, just a little debate or little, chatty chat. I would love to make that happen. I have no way to make that happen, but I think it would be great.
I love it. And I can't speak on behalf of Karen Reed, but how you did your report and the level of detail on what was on the device versus what was on your test device and how sure you were, that had to prove to her that she didn't need an expert of her own because you were an expert for everyone.
I hope so. I tried to provide a balanced opinion. Like, I wasn't necessarily there for prosecution. I was there for the data.
And that is what
whoever it helped, I don't really care.
That is properly what an expert witness should be doing. So, yeah.
I'm just presenting the data that's there.
I love that. Well, Ian, seriously, thank you for being Cellebrite's top expert in my mind. Seriously, and I'll say that because I saw social media or some public thing recently that Jared and I own Cellebrite. So Ian, you are our favorite expert as an owner of Cellebrite, because you can't believe everything you read.
I take it that means she's not an owner of Cellebrite, but yeah, this is a really cringy, awkward thing.
But all your work that you put into this, all of the efforts, the education that you gave us along the way on your testing, I don't even know that you even consider that, but how much you educated all of us along the way has been phenomenal. We're lucky to be on your team. We love the work that you do. Thank you all.
All right, that's enough of that. So here's the thing. I don't think Ian Wiffin was trying to lie. I don't think Ian Wiffin was trying to bullshit. I don't think anything. I think he believes what he was doing, and I think he is fairly diligent. At the end of the day, I got to all of this, and I got to, I got through Mr. Wiffin's testimony, and I got to, I don't put a whole lot of weight one way or the other into the 227 message, right? But I didn't get to, I believe Wiffin. I got to, I don't know, right? I got to, I can't really determine one way or another. Both are possible. And the problem is both are possible is very much in favor of the defense, because if that text was made, or if that search was made at the 227 time, then that's it. It's over. It's done. But, if at the end of the day, you're like, hey, I don't really know what to think about this search, it still doesn't really super help. But I don't know. I'm going to the Cardi B lawyer thing tomorrow in court. How best would you suggest I try to get an interview with Ron? I don't actually know who Ron is. So advice I might give would be based on his personality. And I haven't been watching that trial, so I don't know who Ron is. So I can't really say. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, this is such a bad PR move, and some of the statements made are things that I would try to use if I was the defense. I would try to, I would absolutely try to, to bring those in, and to, like, if he gets up on the stand, to cross-examine him on some of these points. That's always a risk if you're in this kind of job, right? So, yeah, I didn't hate Ian Wiffin in this. I really didn't hate Ian Wiffin in this thing. I thought Ian Wiffin did really well. I thought the video itself was god-awful. And the video itself is just so cringe and fail, and, it's so try-hard. It's like, they needed to run this by a focus group. They needed to, like, hire somebody external to do this video. Like, everything in the video is bad. And I could make this video so much better just editing their video, right? Just editing that, because, yeah. Oh, what hurts Cellebrite's credibility? I mean, Cellebrite was going to be doing just fine, and will still be doing just fine after this, right? There's going to be lots of people hiring Cellebrite, and quite frankly, Cellebrite doesn't really have strong competitors, because, like, Cellebrite, who else does what they do? Not a whole lot of places. Cellebrite is hired in Canada. I was just reading a case today where they mentioned Cellebrite. Like, Cellebrite was name dropped, not really name dropped, but it was just, they did the work in this case. And that was just today, right? But this video is awful, right? This video is so bad. And yeah, I just am like, they need to do better on that if that's what they want to, be. All right, so let's cover these super chats here. Gwynnie Bly, woo, made alive. Huge hugs, Runkle and all. Thank you, Gwynnie Bly. Steve Wiffin wasn't a ringmaster, he was a clown. Matthew says, such a bizarre video. This is why all the experts I work with refuse to be in marketing materials. This stuff is miserable if council finds it. 100%. I mean, the thing, if I was looking, like, if I suddenly started an expert company, what I would probably do is I'd probably bring Ian Wiffin, like if I'm doing Ian Wiffin, like doing a video with him, I'd bring him on and just be like, so, you are like, let's talk a little bit about your background. Let's talk about what gets you here. Let's talk about your expertise, but not getting into this kind of like controversy and that kind of thing. It's just not helpful, right? So yeah, my Scrivener instructional videos made in my office with Zoom clips are better than this noise. That's pathetic. Scrivener is writing software. Fair enough. Mary Matilda May, Cellebrite is the aperture of the tech world. I think they're better than that, but innovating for a safer world. How much science fiction has been written telling us that people who say that are the bad guys? It does sound like an aperture science thing or the like. So yeah, or Wayland Yutani or something. Oh my God, as a data analyst person, the last thing you do is approach the data with a presumption of what happened. That's how data gets missed and twisted. 100%. Yeah. Thank you for 10 gifted memberships. And Victor says, my guess, the Commonwealth contract covers a certain amount of expert testimony. It might. I didn't know who's embarrassing themselves more in this. Heather. Leah Baker, why not own up to deleted information on the phones provided by the Commonwealth? The lack of hash value verification. Instead, change the coding. Yeah, there was a lot. It felt defensive, right? Hope Mrs. Runkle is better. Mrs. Runkle is better. And yeah. Wiffin claims to be neutral, but was just fine appearing in a video that called anyone who questioned him or Cellebrite trolls. I don't think he did that great. She was worse. You're not wrong about that. You are not wrong about that at all. What is it? And I looked her up. Her normal job is customer engagement relations. She's got hefty credentials in digital forensics, wrote a textbook. This stinks of some exec demanding she take on a PR role. Yeah, you might be right. Ward Galena, I think it's clear why he's only doctor on her fridge. Oof. This was a bad interview. They shouldn't have done it. And quite frankly, if I was them, I would remove it. So yeah, that's exactly it. So, yep. Yep. All right. So let's wrap things up here. I will see you guys probably Monday. I might do something on Friday, but it'll probably be like a Leatherwork stream or something like that. Or maybe like some gaming. I don't know. I don't have any law like in the pipe to talk about. So yeah, I will see you guys all. Thank you for joining me. I guess I got to drag my ass to the gym. So that'll be fun. Anyway, see you guys and have a good night.